Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being today's meeting. We will start today with the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe we're back at the end of the table with Councilmember Melton. Could you lead us?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin today's meeting with the consent agenda, we're going to show you a little bit about today's major celebration in Raleigh. Eventually. If you want to flip us through. This is this morning's very first groundbreaking for bus rapid transit along the New Bern Avenue corridor. This was held at New Hope. There will be a park and ride lot there. People from other parts of the county will be able to drive in, park, take the BRT all the way to downtown. It is the first BRT line in the state. We had the FTA here, administrator from Atlanta, and she is extremely excited about this in her leadership. But this is really going to be transformational. And I just want to say thank you to our staff and our partners and everybody who has worked so hard to make this happen over a 10-year period. So we finally got there today, and I just want to say congratulations. It's a great day for Raleigh. Thank you. And now on to the consent agenda. We have two items pulled. Councilmember Jones has pulled G6, and staff would like to pull one item, H1. Could I have a motion for the rest of the agenda?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. This is temporary labor services. It's for $1 million in temporary labor funding through 2027 to ensure the city is covered in picking up trash. I have a few questions for solid waste management if they're here. Hi, Stan. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Stan Joseph, Solid Waste Services.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to just ask a few questions about the temps, because what I'm understanding, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that this is for temps to fill the gap that the vacancies that you're currently experiencing are, and this would get us all the way through 2027.
That's correct.
Okay. How much more are we paying for temps than we would if we had this staffing in the city, if the staffing done by the city directly?
So I'll give you kind of an estimate. The temporary labor agency will pay on average about $22 per hour. If we bring, and for context, I think that's not what the folks who participate or work for them get. They usually get about $14 or $15 an hour, and the difference in that goes towards administrative costs and background checks and all the things that they do to manage the business. For solid waste services, the specialists that we hire temps for start out baseline if we bring in a new employee at about $19.50, and then they go from there.
Awesome. Thank you. That was my next question, so thank you for clarifying that. What do you feel are the challenges in hiring for solid waste?
I think there's hiring challenges all around right now. I think this particular position that we use temp labor for is difficult to fill. It's historically been difficult to fill, and part of the reason is it's a very labor-intensive job. There's a lot of hazards associated with the job, to include traffic and getting up and down 1,000 times a day to service the garbage carts. It's prone to injuries. And so for those reasons, I think it's always difficult to fill those type of jobs. And, the city's not as competitive to the private sector regarding what those folks are normally paid.
Understood. Thank you so much. And then do we have any programs in us that are within the city that are maybe thinking out of the box that we can work to filling those roles? Maybe like, I know that we recently did a partnership with Great Raleigh Cleanup to help activate the unhoused community. So I'm wondering if there are other programs that are similar or that you are already working on to help fill those needs.
Yeah, so I think as the job market continues to evolve, we're looking at new ways to recruit and retain our employees. I know that, pay is something that we've looked at in the past. We're going to look at it again this budget year. There are apprentice programs that the city is pursuing currently where we can get some college graduates or even seniors that can come in and apprentice programs. There are programs like second chance programs. There are various number of programs that we're looking at. I think a big focus of the department and other operational departments in the city right now is looking at how we do our job fairs and where to target that market and folks that can potentially fill those positions and get employment with the city as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I want to thank you and the work that you guys do. I really, really appreciate it. And in no way is this me trying to not. I just want to shed light on the struggles and the challenges that we face as a city and make sure that the public understands that we are working hard to fill those, to make sure that their service isn't stopped as well. But thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate
thank you.
it.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry. Did anybody else have any questions? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah. Hi, Stan.
Hi.
A couple for me. Can you estimate on any given day of all the workers in solid waste services, what proportion of them will be temporary laborers?
I could. I think that sometimes for us, temporary labor is seasonal. For example, we're coming up on leaf collection service. Typically, that line of business will see an increase in volume. I think anytime an organization works with a temporary agency, I think it's not the goal. You want to have employees versus employees that aren't used to the job coming in. But it's difficult to say because depending on how many people call in, how many people are injured, how many vacancies we have, which the number is high right now, that kind of goes up and down. So we kind of have a standing order with the temp agency. Let's say we order 8, maybe 6 show up, maybe 2 leave by 10 o'clock, that kind of thing. So. Yeah.
Do you think 8 is like a good estimate,
Probably,
other than these big ebbs?
Yeah, if I had to give you an average, I'd probably say 6 to 8.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. And then another, if you can estimate, when someone is with our organization in a temporary capacity, in general, what is their tenure with us? For background, I used to work in manufacturing, and sometimes there were temporary laborers who stayed in that temporary capacity even though they were with us for 2 years or longer.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, how long would an individual temporary laborer might be with us in that temporary capacity?
Yeah, so when you're referring to temporary, you're referring to utilizing the temp
Employed
company,
by
is
the
that
temp
correct?
agency.
Yeah, non-employees.
Right.
Yeah. It depends. I think, if we order 8 folks, there may be 2 that come back all the time. We always like to, post the advertisements there, especially if we have a stable, good worker that's interested in permanent employment. I would probably say 20 to 30% will come on more reoccurring basis, whereas there's maybe 60% they'll churn and you'll see different people every time.
Got it. And do we have any policies internally that would say, if you've been a regular with us, like you've been returning to this temporary position for 6 months, then we will convert your position to permanent or anything like that?
I'm not aware of any current policy. I think HR might be able to fill that one. I will say that typically when temp folks come in, they express an interest in working permanently, and we have conversations with them about what that process looks like.
That's all I got.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate just helping me shed light on that. And I would like to move to approve G6, and that's for the temporary labor services.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. That was unanimous. The other item that was pulled was H1. Staff is requesting this be pulled. This street closing relates to NCDOT, and it's been discovered that this portion of Blue Runge Lane is east of I-40 and is determined to be NCDOT right-of-way. So it will need to go through a different process for closure and abandonment with the state. So I'm going to make a motion to pull this.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you, staff, for alerting us to this. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. I have with me Ms. Blaney Miller, the Chair of the Planning Commission. I'm going to walk through some of our usual things we see. We have some upcoming holidays or important days that coincide with scheduled meetings through the end of the year. The remaining one is Election Day. We also already have some items scheduled for public hearing at your next meeting. A couple of annexations here. Returning rezoning, you remember Z5021 at Fairview and Bickett, that's coming back to you after taking a turn in committee. Kirkland Road and Forestville Road are both new rezonings, as is Ligon Mill. On the consent agenda, you just scheduled the annexation that's concurrent with Ligon Mill for this same meeting date on the 21st. Then coming up on the 5th, so that's about a month out, we have South Blunt Street, Z72, which is in the Prince Hall Historic District, coming back. This was opened in September. We know from tracking the certificate of appropriateness process that's ongoing, and this item is not ready to, will not be ready for action on the 5th. And so you may want to choose today. We provided you with an update on Friday last week about this. You may want to go ahead today and pick a new public hearing time. Alternatively, you could wait till the 5th and choose a new meeting time then. Also, Creedmoor Road.
Excuse me, Bynum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem has a question related to that.
So my question around this one, if we were to push this to January, well, let me ask this question. How much time is needed before it would be ready for action?
That's a great question. If I had that kind of predictive power, I would not work for the city. There's some variable there, right? So the Certificate of Appropriateness Committee will review in December.
Okay.
And then they may take action at that time or not. If they wanted to discuss it again, it could come back to them in January. As I recall, the timing of that meeting is after your second meeting in January.
Okay.
And then the Certificate of Appropriateness process, the legal ramifications of that are that the COA is not officially granted until the minutes are adopted at the subsequent business meeting. I appreciate how bureaucratic I sound when I say these things to you. I have spoken with the applicant about this a little bit. They seem comfortable if that was going to be issued at the next meeting. That would feel like enough certainty to them. So I would think sometime late in January, maybe early February,
So
at the soonest.
So I was wondering if it would be appropriate to, for a motion to just move this to February 6th.
Have we checked with the applicant
Well,
before doing that?
She stated she spoke with the applicant, and they would be comfortable with either late January or early February.
I think they would prefer that late January.
Well, you said the 16th, they don't meet until after the 16th.
That's right.
Which is that meeting,
That's right.
so I don't think that will work.
Very good.
And there's 5 Tuesdays in January, so I move that Z7222 public hearing is continued until February the 6th of 2024.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Also coming back in December is that Creedmoor Road case that you all heard in committee. This is the first public hearing, but has been discussed some by council previously. Then Trailwood Drive and a Whitfield Road rezoning, as well as a Needham Road rezoning, are all scheduled for the 5th. And then you have 2 items scheduled for your special meeting on the 30th related to New Bern Station area planning. There's nothing right now scheduled for the 2nd. And I just talked to you about the 30th, sorry. Other items on today's agenda I wanted to just mention so you understood where things were falling. So Sungate and Ligon Mill, you just scheduled for the 21st. And then Watkins Road, the annexation and the rezoning are on the agenda today in 2 different states. So the rezoning is on as a special item. That is there, we have not received signatures there yet, so you are some considerations around timing there. You may want to hold that before you and receive signatures before you set the public hearing. Alternatively, you could set the hearing based on the old conditions, knowing that then you'd be holding the hearing open longer. And then the public hearing for the annexation is on the agenda, and we just would ask that you continue that to whenever you continue the zoning item too. And then Z35 is a special item on your agenda today that happens after report of planning commission that you're going to want to make a decision about public hearing. So I just wanted to make sure all the pieces they're all scattered across the agenda. So trying to pull things together so we all know what's happening. So 3 items, finally, I get to this part. The 3 items coming out of the report of planning commission that we have suggested that public hearing date of December 5. That does make for a full agenda, but we know there are going to be more items coming out of planning commission for you that you likely will want to schedule for the 2nd. But that January 2 date is available to you if that feels right to the council. So these 3 items coming out, C84 is on Millbrook Road at 6 Forks. This is a request for a residential rezoning. The planning commission recommended approval. The next item is in the Glenwood South area. This is just under 2 acres with a request for a DX20 height. Planning commission was a split vote here. I don't think this is the affordable housing one. I think this is about the NCOD, the removal of the NCOD here. And then the last one is the League of Municipalities, again, a 40-story request. This is a DX to DX district, and Planning Commission recommends approval there.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. I would love to ask just a few questions of the chair of the Planning Commission. I just have 2, which kind of meld into one. For Z26 and Z27, that is at 20 stories on 1.7 acres-ish, and then the other one is 40 stories on 2 acres. Can you help me understand the discussion on, they're very small acreages and very dense areas. There was only one negative on the first one, so I'm just wanting to hear the discussion that you guys had about density.
So we are confirming, based on our notes, who was the dissenting vote specifically. I think we know, but we just wanted to confirm on Z26. The discussion there, Commissioner Reeves had a question about affordable housing, and the applicant said that they were not ruling out affordable housing, but with the markets in turmoil, there was just too much uncertainty to put specific threshold requirements for this future development. And so as a result, we were voting on the appropriateness of this specific rezoning request as it was written, and decided that within this Glenwood South district, 20 stories right along Glenwood South with the other conditions provided was appropriate in this case. There was another concern from another commissioner, Commissioner O'Haver, about the height transitions to the west. This is in the North Boylan NCOD. We face several cases in this area, and we've identified it as perhaps one of the NCODs that has outlived its original intent. It was originally put in place when it was a residential district, and it's very largely a commercial district at this point. However, he wanted to better understand the transitions between, on the westernmost
portion of the parcel as it sort of approached Cameron Park and the impact on the school and in that area, so he had questions about that as well. I know the applicant looked at that question and the surrounding areas and ultimately decided that it was not going to, the applicant was not going to make the additional transition requirements beyond what were already required by the code in terms of step downs to the west. And I believe the final vote was, dissenting vote was, it was Peeler, okay. So I think Commissioner O'Haver spoke with the applicant offline and ultimately determined that he understood that and voted for the case, but Commissioner Peeler was the dissenting vote. And based on, he didn't, I don't think he specifically said at that time, but it was based on his line of questioning about affordable housing. That's what I believe was the reason for his vote on that case.
Thank you so much for the clarity.
Yes. I'm sorry, did you also have a question about the following case?
Councilmember Black and then Melton.
Okay, thanks.
My question is about the case in District A. One of the things that I found interesting was I live in the area that I didn't know this area to be residential, so I was wondering if somebody can give me insight into how many people actually live here. Like, I understand it to be more townhomes that are being used for businesses, offices, law offices, dentists, daycare, and it's being rezoned for residential, for like bigger residential. And one of the things that they're noting is like the redevelopment of the property could have negative impacts on the affordable housing and affordable market rate. But I want to really understand like who lives here.
So there's an existing multifamily development here. It's a townhouse form. It's non-conforming with the current zoning. It's denser than what's allowed by the current base district. The applicant has indicated they want to add some basement units to the existing townhouse structures, which would change the building type from townhouse to apartment, which is why they are looking at why they're pursuing this, because they want to add some additional units there. What's there now currently is operating at less than market rate. It's older units. There are probably a couple hundred units there on the site currently. A lot of the Planning Commission's discussion and concern was that the rezoning, the upzoning, would incentivize redevelopment here.
Okay. That didn't really answer my question, but where could I find out how many people live here specifically?
On this property specifically?
Yeah, because my understanding of it is that it's more of an office park.
Oh. It's residential. It's zoned residential, so there should be no commercial use on the property.
That's what I've seen. It's like businesses that I've
Right.
seen there. So that's why I was trying to understand what's really happening there.
Okay.
I don't know where I could get that information. Do you?
We can certainly make a site visit and investigate. That's how we would get that information.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Don't we have access to Google Maps?
Yeah, we do. But we'll go out and visit. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah. So this is Pat Young with Planning and Development. This is Colony Townhomes. So I believe they have a management company, so we'll reach out to them and get information about residents.
Thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Melton.
I just wanted to flag that I believe I have a conflict on Z2723 and would ask to be recused from setting the public hearing or voting on the case. I'm on the board of directors for the League of Municipalities, so I am in the meetings where we discuss strategy for this property. So it feels wrong to then be sitting at the table and voting upon what will happen to the property. So I would ask to be recused.
Okay, I'll make a motion to recuse you from Z27. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. All right, so now we have to make decision about the date for Z84, Z26, and Z27. All were recommended for that first meeting in December. Since we have fewer meetings in December, December's first meeting is usually a little heavier. So if we want to, we have at least certainty of what we would be looking at that date. We will be getting more cases from the Planning Commission, as Bynum said, which would leave January 2nd open. So I'm going to make a motion to move these to, assign these to December 5th public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Patton. She had the,
She can have it.
yeah, okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? And you were excused from, yep. Yep. Okay. All right, thank you. And Bynum, congratulations on being named president of the North Carolina APA. That's a huge honor. Well done. Okay, now we move on to special items. The first item is rezoning Z1323.
Good afternoon, Bronwyn Reedus with Planning and Development. So Bynum did forecast this one for you a little bit there. This is rezoning Z1323. It's an assemblage of 3 parcels totaling about 29 acres along Watkins Road. The request is to rezone from R4 and R30 to R6 conditional use. There have been a few updates since the case was on the report of Planning Commission on October 17th. The lot lines and total site area have been adjusted by the applicant, so we've received an updated petition to reflect that. And you can see on the screen here the changes to the site boundaries, really just here in the southeast corner. The applicant also offered revised conditions. So we have those revised draft conditions, but signatures were not received by the deadline in time to be officially considered today. And so just a summary of those draft conditions. I want to stress again, just a draft. They're not officially signed or submitted, but the trip budget was adjusted to reflect the adjusted total site area. And then the contribution to the Raleigh Fire Department was also adjusted based on calculations done with previous approved rezoning cases. So you have, again, 2 options to consider here today with what you want to do with the case. You can either defer the case to the 21st, November 21st, as a special item again, allowing the applicant time to turn in those signatures, or you can go ahead and set the public hearing based on the earlier version of the conditions, open the public hearing, and then continue it to a future date to give time to receive signatures. And then the annexation that is associated with this is going to be on the agenda tonight. So just be prepared to see that come up, and we'll ask you to defer the public hearing to whatever you decide today.
Okay. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I think my preference would be to see this again as a special item on the 21st with those signatures, so that once we open the public hearing, we're just considering the conditions that they've offered and not doing some kind of like weird skip shuffle. So I think that'd be my preference if there's consensus at the table.
Is that a motion?
I have one question before I make
Okay.
a motion. I wondered if we could talk about the open area condition. I want clarification, if you can provide it, on what that counts as, if that is like forested area, or if that could also be things like mail kiosks and dog parks and gazebos and that kind of stuff, if you're able to provide that clarity at this time, or you can bring it back.
I think there is more specific language in the condition itself. This is actually a summary provided here.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, so I would prefer to be able to bring that back to you.
Sure. Yeah. Well, in that case, we can, whenever we set the public hearing, you can bring it at that time.
Thank you.
And if the applicant is out there, my hope is that this is like trees. But with that in mind, I'll make a motion to see this again as a special item on the 21st and set the public hearing at that time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. The next item is rezoning Z3523.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Tartalla, the staff planner for zoning case Z3523. This is a request to rezone about 18 acres from conservation management to residential mixed use, 3 stories, green frontage, conditional use. The site is quite large. It's about a quarter mile south of the intersection of Avent Ferry and Gorman Street. This case was originally, the case was recommended to City Council without a recommendation by the Planning Commission. That was a 9-0 vote. It was held as a special item. You originally saw it as a special item on October 17th, and it was held again in order to allow the applicant to submit signed conditions, which they have. If you would like to set a hearing date, we would recommend December 5th. Oh, no, go ahead. So there have been 7 additional conditions submitted. I can walk through those. Yeah.
Check.
So because there have been so many conditions submitted, just as a general idea, the ones that are not underlined on these slides are original. The ones that are underlined have been added since it was seen at Planning Commission. And the ones that are bolded are the most recent and were revised in accordance with staff comments. These first 3 conditions are original. They address prohibition of uses, designate the dwelling units as affordable housing, and restrict the number of dwelling units to 140. Conditions 4 to 6 are new since Planning Commission. The first one condition 4 restricts building in the south portion of the site. Condition 5 restricts construction and improvements within 100 feet of Walnut Creek. And then condition 6 requires that the 100-year floodplain remain undisturbed. Condition 7 requires the developer to construct a greenway connection to Walnut Creek Trail from the site. Conditions 8 through 10 are all new. Condition 8 requires 30% of the property site area to remain as tree conservation area. Condition 9 requires the area on the site that is undisturbed by construction activity to be designated a conservation area and then offered to 2 bona fide land trusts or conservancies. Condition number 10 requires that sufficient mitigation measures be included so that the peak stormwater runoff for a 25-year storm is no greater for post-development than pre-development. And finally, condition 11 requires a bioretention area that would treat 25% of the water quality for the overall site. So the 7 additional conditions are specifically addressing some of the environmental concerns that came up from neighborhood engagement and staff comment. If you have any questions, I can answer them.
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Do you know, I'm sorry, it's probably in the staff report. Do you know if there was downstream structural flooding? I'm asking because of the 25-year storm. I'm trying to figure out, because we already treat for the 2 and the 10 by the code. And then if there's downstream structural flooding, you treat for the 100-year storm.
Right.
Ben Brown's coming down if you want to defer.
From what I recollect, there were not documented structural flooding issues.
Okay.
But
that is correct. And due to this site sitting on Walnut Creek, even if there were, they would have to be right next to the site, because if you're less than 5% of the drainage area for that drainage basin, then you would be exempt from that 100-year storm. And since the Walnut Creek watershed is so big, You would have to be literally right next to the site to even kick that condition in for the 100-year storm.
Got it. Okay, so the 2 and the 10 by the code, and then this one would accomplish the 25-year, and then
Yep.
then the 100-year storm is not in play for
Correct.
this case. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I'm ready to motion this for December 5th public hearing.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have the Civil Service Act, exemption by position and policy 301.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Charnel Jones, Human Resources. Bringing back to you the update of the exemptions of the civil service list and the revisions to policy 300-1A. So I'll just kind of recap again for you all from past meetings, the authority and the jurisdiction of the Civil Service Commission, the positions that are exempt from the Civil Service Act, and the overview of the proposed changes that are outlined in Policy 300-1A, an overview of the proposed changes in regards to civil service exemption lists, and then a request for your approval. So as you all are aware, back on August 15th, we brought the initial list to you for the positions that were exempt from the civil service. During that time, you all asked us to go back and dig a little bit deeper and provide you all a recap of those particular positions and why they were on the list. We came back on September 5th to City Council, and you all requested us to look at narrowing the scope and providing definitions for division heads, and immediate secretaries, and then also provide a rationale for the current list that we provided back in August. On September 19th, we came back with those proposed definitions and a little bit about narrowing the scope of those particular areas, and you all approved those recommended definitions. So just to kind of go back over what the authority and jurisdiction of the Civil Service Commission, basically the Raleigh Civil Service Act provides guidelines in regards to the authority and the subject matter jurisdiction that the Civil Service Commission has when they're acting on behalf as a grievance appeals board. That authority is to affirm, modify, or reverse as it deems necessary any actions over which it has jurisdictions. And the jurisdiction includes or is limited to hearing and deciding whether there is a violation of policy, when it's related to a suspension, a layoff, removal, promotion, forfeiture of pay, or if there's a loss of time. Again, posted up here are the positions that are exempt from the Civil Service Act based on the Raleigh Civil Service Act, and that includes elected officials, employees or officials appointed by the City Council or appointed by the City Manager and approved by the City Council and their immediate secretaries, department heads, division heads, and their immediate secretaries, any part-time or non-permanent officers or employees, employees that are serving in their probationary period before becoming permanent, and any employee that applies for a promotion that is in categories 2 through 4. And this is established by the Raleigh Civil Service Act. So the reason why we're bringing forward Policy 300-1A, which is the Human Resources Program policy definition, is to make sure that we align those, the policy with those proposed definitions that you all approved back in September, and that it is aligned with the jurisdiction also of the Civil Service Commission and city processes. What's updated in 300-1A is we didn't have a definition for division in that policy. Now included in the policy is a definition for division, which is a unit of a city department of an established city office that is immediately below the department or office organizational level. An established office is one that appears to the city's organizational chart, such as the chart Office of Sustainability, the Office of Internal Audits, or a division performs assigned functions with a department or office, and a city department and a city office may consist of one or more divisions. And so that has been updated in the policy. Currently, we did have a definition for a division manager, and based on feedback from council, that has been updated, and that policy change includes a new definition for a division manager, which is a supervisory or managerial employee reporting to a department director, assistant director, or other city official, and charged with the responsibility for directing operations, supervising personnel, setting and ensuring compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and department standards for a division or department of city government. And this definition is solely provided for the purpose of the Raleigh Civil Service Act as it relates to Section 2. Immediate secretaries, it was not currently defined in Policy 300-1A, and we brought forward, and it has been updated to include the Civil Service exempt immediate secretary definition, which is an employee who only performs clerical tasks and reports solely to an employee or official who is exempt from the Raleigh Civil Service Act. And this definition is provided here solely, again, for the purpose of Section 2 of the Raleigh Civil Service Act. The Civil Service exemption list, the rationale for bringing that back, again, is to align now with the new definitions that we have proposed, and that list has been updated based on those definitions. So as you can see from the list that you all receive in the agenda packet, this kind of outlines where the changes occur, so you can kind of see those numbers. In 2021, for division head and above, there were 174 on the list, and for immediate secretaries, there were 48. Based on the revised definitions and update to the policy 300-1A, that list has changed. There's now down to 132 division head and above that are exempt from the civil service, and there's only 14. So you can see the change. And then on the second chart is comparison to the current list based on 2021 when we were initially was the last approval, and then the list that we brought forward in July. So you can see there's significant changes and updates based on those new proposed definitions. The Civil Service Commission reviewed and provided no recommendations to the city manager of the revised policy 300-1A and the updated civil service, exemption list on October 18th. We are requesting your approval to the revisions of policy 300-1A and the updated civil service exemption list. As you're all aware, there's still a pending civil service election that we need to move forward with as well. So, questions?
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Jones?
Not a question, but I want to say thank you for the work that you did. I know that we were asking a lot of questions, and it's something that we had to define, and you really did an amazing job going through that. When I was looking through it on Friday, I didn't see the list at first, so I apologize, but you sent it to me, and I feel much more confident that we are hearing the grievances of the employees who should be heard, and I really appreciate the work that you did.
Thank you.
With that, did you have...
Okay, I just wanted to, add a star to that. I really appreciate your time, your attention, the willingness to revise and iterate on this list so that we could get it just right. So thank you so much.
And I also want to say thank you to the City Attorney's Office for helping assist us, and my policy analyst, Matthew Williams, as well, for assisting working through this process with HR.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Civil Service Act and the updated list.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have amendment to the interlocal agreement, City of Raleigh and Wake County.
Hi, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager. Do not want to be in the City Attorney's office. Thank you for the work that you do. So just following up, this item initially was on your June 20th meeting, and you asked for some additional work and for it to come back. So quick agenda here. We are going to just glance through that background very quickly, and then I'm going to hand the podium to Assistant Chief Ian Toms. That's going to talk in greater detail about the plans for the training center and some coordination that happened with Wake Tech. So just in terms of quick background, again, this is an update to an interlocal agreement between the City of Raleigh and the Wake County. We co-own this property that was initially bought for a number of purposes that have changed with time. Some of the original goals for the property no longer remain. There has been some cross-departmental work to prioritize some short-term needs that both the county and the city have, namely for the city to construct a regional training center. At the prior meeting, there was some request to do some additional outreach to Wake County Technical Community College to see what opportunities for collaboration were available there. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Chief Toms.
Hey, good afternoon. So I'll give you sort of a quick overview as to where we were, where we are, what we're asking for, and obviously where we'd like to go with it and what we can do in terms of collaboration with everybody else, specifically Wake Tech Community College, and essentially our commitment, not just to them, but to ourselves, but also, we'll say, surrounding Wake County agencies as well, because there's so much that works between us as an organization because of the operations that we utilize, not just our services, but also the services that are provided to the other responding agencies as well. So, get familiar with the system up here. So, essentially 70 years ago, Keto Training Center was open. You take a look at the presentation in front of you. That bottom left corner, that's what Keto Training Center looked like in 1954. Grass, a piece of concrete, and a training tower. No offices, no buildings, no bathrooms, nothing. If you wanted to train, you showed up with your equipment, your truck, and you did your work, you left it, you went home, and everybody was happy. Of course, that was then. That is not now. We progressed. In 1982, you can see from the presentation that we had a building that was put up about 7,000 square feet nominally. That is the building that we're currently using. We've gone through a number of different iterations and upfits to that building to keep it current. We've added classrooms to it as much as possible, but it still didn't quite meet the needs. There's a couple items here, and I won't belabor the point from the history because I really want to show you exactly where we are today. But we've modified that building a number of times. There in 2000, then 2005, there's an interlocal agreement and also some discussion regarding a regional training center. We're still moving forwards with that regional training center piece, but essentially, if you take a look at this slide that I'm showing you right now, it kind of shows you just where we are, we'll say, as of today. We've added 4 modular classrooms there. We've upfitted the building to give us an additional classroom as much as possible. We've done some modifications to the existing building just to accommodate the needs because, of course, times changed. The city has grown considerably. The picture on the top right there, that is the 3rd training tower that we're on right now that was installed almost 20 years ago. It is functional, but of course, as with everything else, when something hits that 15 and 20-year mark, it does require some rework. But that is what we're sitting with right now. So all of that piece, when I bring that together for you, we are still on that 5-acre site that we were in 1954. That developable area that we have within that 5 acres is completely maxed out. There's nothing else that we can do. We have a total of 6 classrooms and a total of 26 parking spaces that are available to us there. Any other parking we have to do is done on what we've referred to as our structural collapse, our USAR grounds, or on the curb on the grass outside of the fence itself of the actual training center. And we've got restroom facilities that essentially accommodate 8 males and 6 females at max capacity. And that nowhere near touches the number of people that we push through there on a daily basis. To give you just, we'll say, a snapshot of some of the work that we have to do through this facility, I took a look at some of our new firefighter education here. You'll notice that under most recent graduates, I've got a long academy referred to, and a lateral academy. This presentation was created just a few days prior to last Thursday when we had another recruit graduation. So you can add an additional 24 people to this list here for the most recent graduates, which is good, exciting stuff, but it requires time, effort, and energy, obviously, and of course the resources to do that. And these numbers here are just to give you an idea of how much time it really takes to put somebody through that. Again, this is just the not graduates, but this is just our employees that are coming in for the academy that run through, whether either it's the 3-month or the 6-month program. You're looking at 49 recruits there for 54,880 hours for a regular long academy. We pushed a lateral for, which was 25 recruits for 1,500 hours. Our projection for next year, dependent upon obviously staffing needs and budget approval, we're looking at probably 30 recruits for another long academy, and then a short academy that could range anywhere from 15 to 30. Again, that depends on the numbers that we really need to bring in order to encompass, make sure that we have enough staffing on with our crews going forwards. So in order to do all of that, if you just take a look at the second line item here, if you look under new firefighter education, 41% of that actually takes place off-site. A part of that is the fact that we just don't have the facility to provide them the adequate training that they need in order to perform at the level that they're expected to perform, we'll say, the good service that we need to provide the citizens. I'll show you some pictures here a little bit on the next couple of slides regarding what we're asking for there. But continuing education, 42% of that nominally off-site, and that's referring to our incumbent personnel who have to come back down and work with us on a regular basis just to keep their hours up, to keep the ISO rating, et cetera, and keep their competence and their skills in place. And then you can see there's a number of things here, and I won't read every single one of these to you, but newly promoted officer, the assessment centers, boat operators, highway specialists for hazmat, railcar specialists, all of these pieces are essentially conducted off-site because we just don't have the facility or the logistics to support something of that magnitude. So where do we go for a lot of this training? Here's I say it's not all-inclusive, but it's a pretty good summary of all the places that we travel to in order to accomplish the training that we're asking to do. Fayetteville Tech Community College, Central Carolina, Sand Hills Community College, Gastonia Community College. Again, I won't read all of these to you, but we're looking at RDU Airport Holding Area for driver training there, the Convention Center, Union Station, and these are just from our specific, we'll just say events that we're trying to hold, but what would be nice is to have something, one facility where we can put all of this stuff in place in one location. So looking at these places that we've gone to and in working with Wake Tech, because my next slide here, I'm going to actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump a couple slides and then come back. This just works a little bit better, I think, in the way I've sort of thought this process out. We've done an awful lot of work with Wake Tech Community College over the years, and this is not something that we started just here because it's kind of become the thing. We have utilized Wake Tech Community College instructors and their facilities for a number of years over the course of our time and their time there. We've utilized the Perry Health Sciences facility for EMT instruction, and we use a number of instructors through Wake Tech as contract employees considerably on a regular and an annual basis. So the collaboration between us and Wake Tech has been tremendous in the past. I don't see that changing. I spoke with Dr. Jamie Wicker. She's a provost over there with Public Safety Education Campus. She and I have a wonderful relationship. We've known each other for quite some time, and she has well assured us that collaboration and that working together is that there's nothing going to change there. We've discussed at length that what she's putting in for her facility, what we're asking for from our perspective, and the fact that, as we'll say, as the two pieces come together, there's a lot of benefit, we'll say, for everybody. Like I said, for us, it gives us an opportunity from our perspective, if we have our training center, to move forwards with some advanced things, and I will skip back to those here in just a second, but it also allows them to offer the services too, because we won't be utilizing everything all the time, every single day. There's opportunities for them to reach out to us, and again, in partnership with that, because some of the pieces that they're putting in is, we'll say, more for the standard incumbent firefighting personnel for the county that they're obligated to make sure that they have their training and such in place. What we're looking for is the more specialized type pieces of equipment and training facilities that we need because of the special stuff that we offer as part of our response requirements with the state, et cetera, but also the ability for us to then offer that to them as well. So that's a big part of what it is that we're trying to, we'll say, pull together as a culmination between the two entities here. So if you don't mind, I'm going to skip back here and just sort of show you some of the things that we're looking at and give you just a quick understanding of why we're looking at some of this stuff, because it may look and go, oh my gosh, why do we need that? But it's not 1954 anymore, okay? It looks a lot different out there than it used to. The standard two-story residential building that we're looking for here, if you take a look at that second picture down there on the right, that's typical, we'll say, of your nominal 2,000 square foot home, which we got plenty of those around here. But the picture above, that 7-story commercial burn building, you look at that and you think, my gosh, why do I need something of that magnitude? Well, take a look around at the city. There's a lot of tower cranes up around here. And this would provide us the ability to train our personnel in a safe, controlled environment. The training is much more efficient. It's not much more I would say, substantial, and it gives them the real-world experience as close as we can get to a real event that allows them to know that their skill set and their confidence is in place for them to actually do their job. And again, this is not something that's just solely for us. There's others that respond into the city and us vice versa going out, that they can partner with us as well and actually utilize this facility. Like I said, we're not going to be in there 24/7, 365, And some of the other things I've got listed down here, the fire behavior laboratory, the hazmat grounds, the technical rescue grounds, those things are stuff that are somewhat very specialized to us and the service that we provide. But that's stuff that we can start bringing in. And if I go to this next slide here and the following one, this will allow us as an entity to start bringing people from outside this area to actually work with us. Bring these people in so they see stuff that we offer that you can't get anywhere else. They'll see us as a regional facility that they can come. And this has nothing about generating revenue. This is just good stewardship of the knowledge and the skill sets that we have. Just newly promoted office courses that we offer, Fire Officer 1, 2, and 3, methodology, firefighter safety and survival. All these are classes, that stuff that we typically move outside of here to actually utilize and take place outside of where we are. But these are things that we could have in-house. And again, if we have that opportunity, we can share that, we'll say, with our local resources. And part of that, too, lends us into something that this is where it's got internal and external customers listed here. These courses here are things that are certification courses that not only us as responders can use, but these go all the way up to the state level. We can bring in the Office of EMS and offer EMT certification. We've had numerous agencies reach out to us regarding that. Can they work with us and get trained with us we'll say in line with what we're doing there. HAZWOPER certification, officer development courses, compliance-based certification. These are things that are not also just specific to us as responders, they're also specific to industry as well. And even City of Raleigh personnel take some of these classes as part of their job requirements. So this is stuff we can offer to, I'll say, my external, but us as a city, our internal customers. So asking for, we'll say this facility goes well beyond, I think, where we are as just a department. It enhances our skill set and our abilities to offer so much more than what we need is, we'll say, 600 people within the department of the city. So again, that's sort of, I did jump around a little bit there. I thought that flowed a little bit better, but that's sort of what we're looking at, and that's what we're asking for, and some of the reasoning behind that. I think that's everything from my perspective. Like I said, I have talked to Dr. Jamie Wicker. She is on board with this piece there. She understands that there's a statement there at the very top. I ran that by her before I even put it on this thing. She says, Wake Tech Community College unable to meet all of the City of Raleigh fire investment needs. And she's not saying that to support what we need. She's saying that as an agreement that it's not because they don't have the facilities or won't have the facilities when it comes into play. A big part of that is there's 19 other departments that they also have to serve as well. And that's a lot of undertaking for them. So that was the big piece there. And the fact that we could share something as a resource would be wonderful for all of us. So I'll defer back to Ms. Hayward. Thank you.
So thank you, Chief. So the next steps, if the ILA changes were approved, is, again, at this point, there's very minimal dollars in the capital investment improvement plan for fire to begin planning and a phased implementation. So though you've heard a lot about the long-term vision, it's going to take many years of capital investments to see that vision to fruition. So there's some limited dollars that are available in the capital improvement program. If we're able to make these changes, that we can start to prioritize and program those. That was previously identified as potentially a driving training pad. Certainly the fire department will want to revisit those priorities before moving forward. That and any future investments and work certainly would come through the appropriate council actions at that time. Again, with this change to the ILA, it does leave quite a lot of the Raleigh tract still unallocated for uses. So there will need to be ongoing conversations with Wake County about objectives for the remaining property there. And the original ILA did speak to a financial reconciliation of the values that ended up with both organizations when the dust settled. So at some point, we'll have to look back at what properties Wake County holds, which the city makes, and we'll do a financial reconciliation and true up that. So again, here is the recommended city council action that would allow us to update the ILA with Wake County. And we can answer any questions.
I have a number of questions.
I'm assuming they're for me.
Whoever feels they can answer them.
Not a problem. Yes, ma'am.
First, talk to me a little bit, like I'm looking at overall priorities. We know we need more fire stations. We know we need more apparatus. And, okay, this is a want.
Certainly.
Talk to me about prioritizing budget and potential cost and what we're looking at, because this seems like a big...
I'll be, it's not cheap, right? It's not cheap. Do you want to speak to it? Okay. What we're asking for here is, I know it, you look at the, like I said, that one picture of that building looks huge, right? But what we're trying to do here, obviously, our job is to provide the best service that we can to the citizens.
Right.
Okay. In order to do that, we need to have, I would say, the latest, I would say state of the art, for lack of a better term, types of equipment that we can put our individuals in a safe, controlled environment that mimics real-world experience for them as much as possible without risking harm or injury to anybody. And then we can take that, and obviously it translates into the streets when the buzzer hits. Is that equipment expensive? Most definitely. Is it required? When I look at the city, and this is speaking as somebody with 30 years in the service now, I look at this city, and we need stuff like that because that's what the city looks like. You know, the way that, we'll say the socioeconomic area, as we know, is completely different than it used to be. Like the tower cranes that are up, all of that, those buildings are so vastly different than we trained on. I don't want to even go back to the 60s. I'll go back to the 80s. When I first started in 19...
Maybe
I'm sorry.
Can I jump in here?
I'm trying to explain.
I appreciate the question, and I think I appreciate the drill in terms of reiterating some of the training needs. Mayor, I think your question is appropriate in terms of the relative priority long-term of these financial investments in this facility compared to others. Again, this interlocal agreement doesn't commit us to any financial commitments on any particular time frame. Just essentially allows us to begin that planning. We have released, that's advertised right now, a fire master plan that will bring back a framework to help us prioritize the biggest needs in terms of financial and capital investments and operational investments. Certainly the speed and priority of these investments in terms of our long-term capital and operational programming would come back to the council in the context of that larger financial plan.
So in other words, we don't know. We don't have numbers or estimates.
So at this point, what we have, there is a master plan that was done for the facility. It's got some high-level estimates of what the different components of projects would have. It had a high-level prioritization. I think that the driving pad that was previously prioritized in a prior CIP was essentially because it was considered sort of low-hanging fruit that could be accomplished relatively easily. So, but again, I think ultimately, I think that the implementation of that master plan, I think, would be acted on in the context of the city's broader financial priorities. We can certainly redistribute the master plan, and it does have, from the time that it was developed, some high-level estimates of the different components of the master plan.
As far as the driving pad is concerned, how much acreage of impervious surface is that? Do we know?
All we're asking for there is 600 by 600 square feet.
So I'm thinking, having been to Wake Tech's new facility,
Yes.
And talking with them, I mean, they have this huge pad there.
Yes.
My question is, are we duplicating efforts?
So in that regard, that was something that Dr. Wicker and I spoke about. Essentially, yes. Where she and I discussed a little bit more in depth was if we had the more of an administrative complex on the front end, because what they don't have is an amphitheater, something like this, where you can host other things. So a part of that reprioritization is, well, if they've got the driving pad that is somewhat we'll say usable for us, could we possibly, say restructure that, what we're going to put in place and do something different at the time.
Do we have a big picture kind of look at the number of new fire facilities we're going to need and what that would cost?
You know, talk about that.
I'm trying to get a big picture in my mind here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Herbert Griffin, Raleigh Fire. The concept of that is it's going to be in the master plan phase of it. To give you a number offhand, it would be incorrect. The 2016 data showed a new training facility was over $30 million. The driving pad is at $12 million. So that's just giving you a compass of what we're looking at, but those are numbers from 7 years ago.
Right. There'll be a big difference.
Trust me, Will.
Between that. But what I'm also asking about is the other needs we have from apparatus standpoint and the new facilities.
So what's the question?
Do we have a big picture view of
The immediate
number
need?
of yes, and what those
Well,
costs
that's a
might be?
collection of everything. For us, the master plan and the ISO, right, which give us a credential of class 1 here, which we just got in 2022. Looking at overall, the city as a needs 3 fire stations today, right now today, right, to suffice the southeast and North Raleigh. 2 in southeast and 1 in North Raleigh, to be exact. But this is before the master plan assessment. And this is based on the current call volume that we have every day, which totals anywhere from 110 to 170 calls for service.
Mm-hmm.
So can I, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
I had questions directly related to that, if I
Okay,
may.
and then Councilmember Patton.
It's in as far as master planning in this training facility, and knowing where we need fire stations, could it possibly be as well at this training facility, put a fire station there as well to try to help kind of offset some of the current costs and things as far as developing it?
Yes, the southeast side is one to be identified. Could it be at that particular site? Possibly, but I would like to see what the master plan says, because Station 26 right now has an over 8-minute response time across the Neuse River.
Right.
So we need more resources across the Neuse River. Closest engine is Station 21 next to that. So if a structure catches a fire right now, you're looking at an 8-minute response time or greater across the Neuse River if 26 is out.
Got you.
Okay, Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, and just I think to maybe add a little bit of clarity, because I think we're using the word master plan in 2 different forms. It sounds like there's a master plan for what the training center could look like physical buildings, and that had like a cost estimate.
Yeah.
And then there's a different document and different work that is the fire master plan,
Correct.
which will look across the whole city.
Correct.
To assess where we need stations and apparatus. So it might be helpful if we just like call those out as two different master plans with this.
Well, I'll speak on the fire master plan only. If you want the growth master plan, I think Pat can give you that information. I'm just solely speaking on fire master planning currently.
I think there was like a little bit of crosstalk that I was sensing in terms of like cost to build out the training facility versus other costs that will come in the next 5 to 10 years. One question that I have is, I appreciated your comments that you weren't looking to make revenue and you just wanted to be a good steward of the resource. Sometimes we have to be a good steward of the financial resources, and I wonder what revenue opportunities there could be as we share this space that will be expensive to build.
Speaking of something like that, when you're a regional training facility and you have certified instructors, there's a need across this region of Wake County. We have 19 fire departments across Wake County that only we can also offer hazmat rescue, tech rescue, things of that magnitude. The county doesn't offer that. We provide hazmat and rescue to the county currently.
And they pay us back for that training service?
Hazmat, you do, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I would just maybe challenge us to make sure we are getting reimbursement for, if we're going to market ourselves as a regional training facility for other agencies, let's at least explore reimbursement and recouping those costs.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Fire Academy 51 on their graduation last week.
Absolutely.
You had
Thank you.
Amazing graduation ceremony, so thank you to the city staff. But I think that feeds into what I want to say, which is as we grow and we're watching, I mean, we just had a 40-story tower, a 20-story tower in our planning from our planning department come through. And if we can't practice that, if we can't teach our firefighters to make sure that they can save lives, then we're putting our residents in danger. And so I really, really appreciate not only the work that you're already doing, but being the capital city of the state and wanting to be the regional training center. Yeah, like why we need to show our priorities, and their safety, resident safety is definitely on the top of mind. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you. The mayor, the goal is not to duplicate efforts with the driving pad. That is money in the CIP for that. If you would like to look at other alternatives, we could. Understand that Wake Tech, though, we have to get in line behind 19 other departments as well for that training. The driving pad here could be utilized for transportation in any other department as well, and we could look at them and bring them in as a comprehensive committee to look at the driving pad to be utilized by other entities.
I am not comfortable yet with what, I think more work needs to be done,
Sure.
to be honest. And I think a more comprehensive view, like you just talked about, you know, how other departments could use this, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking for that big picture, and I'm not quite there yet. And I shared Councilmember Patton's concern. One of my questions was going to be about revenue generation. Like, if other people in other departments are going to be using this, can we get back some of the revenue to offset some of our cost if we're building this? So that's, and then my other big concern is, okay, as you said, we need 3 fire stations today. How do we pay for it all? And that's kind of where my discomfort is right now. And what are the priorities?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Madam Mayor, I know, I respect the chief's stance and what he's asking for, and he's looking for his department. And I think
I totally agree.
in some of the other areas and questions that are being asked, I'm going to lean down to the city manager. If you can give some feedback, because you all, I'm sure, didn't just come up and present this out of the blue sky today. If you could give some feedback on some of the conversations and potential uses across the entire city, and help us give some direction. Because to me, a delay in moving forward impacts that future training. It impacts making sure that we are world-class in what our firefighters respond to and helping the region. As they stated, if there's a hazmat issue right now in Fuquay Arena, Raleigh's responding to that. So how do we make sure that our firefighters are ready and they're prepared?
So a very big question, but I think the best answer to that is this is a conversation that I imagine that we would talk about at the retreat, because there are lots of implications associated with this topic. I think what we're really asking for today is the approval to have a conversation with Wake County to say that we want to necessarily set aside this amount of land for future long-term planning, understanding that this is not going to happen in the immediate future, because to hear the chief, we need 3 stations today. That has nothing to do with the annexations that you all have approved at the table over the last several months. That is also going to require additional facilities. So I think the large conversation is around what are those priorities, even before we get that master plan back, to help make sure that we're able to meet the immediate need. And yes, it's a little bit of an inconvenience that we're having to drive around to get to the training opportunities right now. And then what are those things that we can bite off right now that we're able to do in next year's budget and then the next 3 to 5 years through that CIP budget plan. And additionally, regionalism is great. But if you look at the trend of regionalism across the country, gone are the free days, right? Gone are the days when it is a free rider, because ultimately at the end of the day, the taxpayers of the city of Raleigh will be paying for this facility. And it's great to provide mutual aid and assistance to all of our partners when it makes sense, but it's also an equity issue of whether or not the people that live within the corporate boundaries assume all of that responsibility. financially if we're going to share the facility. And a major investment of this magnitude, I would recommend that we probably do, but along with that would come some degree of shared responsibility from a fiduciary responsibility, because we just will not be able to maintain and operate a facility of this magnitude in perpetuity without some financial assistance from our partners who would be at the ability to use it just as much as we do.
And just as a follow-up, something you stated, today is just to authorize the conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes, there's more work, but I think this would be one of the strategic conversations that we could have at the retreat, to where we kind of talk about priorities from a facility perspective, even prior to the master plan coming out, because we have some of these same concerns in the way of police moving forward, and we've just got to be able to figure out how we can best meet the most immediate needs of the community.
Actually, the recommended motion isn't to authorize the discussion, it's to execute the amendment, and those are two different things. I have no problem authorizing a discussion, because I think that would be healthy, but also bringing the county in and ensuring we have these partnerships and regionalism. So if the motion is to authorize the discussion, I'm happy to make that motion. I just am not ready yet to execute the amendment until we know more information.
So what is the amendment?
I think it is to authorize the use of X number of acres to be able to build the facility at some future date.
Yes, to clarify, so that the interlocal agreement would allocate some of the property to the city for future use for fire. It would also allocate some of the property to Wake County to some plans that Wake County wishes to make. So we could certainly consult with Wake County if the city is not ready to proceed with an allocation to the city. The county may very well ask to continue with the allocation of land to Wake County for some of their plans. So certainly if the council does not wish to move forward this change the ILA at this time, we can consult to see if Wake County would still wish to pursue the allocation of lands to Wake County.
Could we also ask Wake County if they're willing to work with us on this facility if it's going to be regionally used?
Yeah, so we have had some meetings at a high level with Wake County talking about the fire master plan and some of the goals. Wake County is interested in future conversations with the city. So yes, those conversations did happen with Wake County conceptually at the level of the fire master plan coming to this point in the negotiation with Wake County.
Okay. Councilmember Jones.
I was just, because this came before us in June, correct? That was, and then it was held and brought back here. So this is all the stuff that's been happening in between that time. The conversations with Wake Tech, the conversations with Wake County, and that's where we are right now. We've led up to this point where we've already had those discussions, and we're just trying to see, can we allocate that land for fire?
That's correct. We have not had additional conversations with Wake County since the June meeting. There were numerous conversations with Wake County prior to the June meeting. Between June and now, the conversations have focused on the questions about collaboration opportunities and to ensure that we weren't duplicating efforts with Wake Tech. Again, do want to reiterate for the public that, again, this is really the start of a planning process, not the culmination of a planning process.
One more question. Has the county has to agree to this as well, correct? Mm-hmm. And have they had a conversation? Where are they?
So they did have it on their agenda that following our June meeting. Given that the city didn't take action at that time, I think I don't believe they've put it back on their agenda pending action by the city council. But they did previously have it on their agenda for approval when it was last considered by the city in June.
Okay. So everyone's waiting on us.
Mm-hmm. As I said, fine with authorizing discussion and bringing back more details. City Manager, you suggested this be a retreat topic?
Yeah, I think facilities in the way of CIP, you're going to get a session at the retreat about budget and forecasting and long-term planning. And I think this is going to be one of them, because we're going to be looking at shared facilities moving forward, because quite frankly, that is the most economical way to build facilities for, particularly around public safety at this moment in time. So that we're not doing one department, that we're actually looking at police, fire, and some of our other transportation amenities that we're going to need long-term. That is one of the things that we would like to talk to you about as part of the budget process, and it will be started off at the City Council retreat.
Councilmember Harrison.
Just want to thank you all for this information. I just want to kind of reflect on what I'm hearing. If we continue this amendment, execute the amendment, we are not committing to any kind of financial decisions. I do take the mayor's point strongly, that we have a lot of fire needs. We have, the 2 stations southeast, 1 station northeast, ladder trucks, a lot of needs in public safety across the board. So I do need a big picture sense of all those costs, thinking about those capital, opportunities. But I feel comfortable moving forward with this as long as, again, we are not committing to those financial decisions today, and we're going to have that full discussion.
Yes.
As I said, I'm fine with what's in this recommended action is execution, though. And that's what we're authorizing you to execute what exactly?
An
Just
agreement with Wake County so
on
that
the
there
land.
will be sufficient land
Right.
in the event that we're ready to proceed with the long-term plan of developing.
But that's
a
as far
training
as it
facility.
goes. And
Yes.
then this comes back as a retreat topic.
Yes,
So we can
about-
get that bigger.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have
Details.
just pulled, I just glanced on this because we spent more time in this in June. I apologize for breezing past this slide. So this shows the site, shows the site portion that would be allocated to the city, the portion of the site that would be allocated to Wake County. And I did get a note that the county did go ahead and take action in when they considered the item in June. So again, the city could continue to hold it. We could revisit it. We could amend that. We have lots of choices with the ILA, but I misspoke. The county did approve these changes to the ILA.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve this with the understanding that this does come back to us for a bigger picture discussion at the retreat.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have Acorns and alternate response unit follow-up.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, I'm Michelle Millette with the City Manager's Office. I'm joined today by Renee Lockhart from the Raleigh Police Department, as well as Taisha Hinton from the Office of Community Engagement. Just want to go over our brief agenda here. So we're here to discuss a request specifically made from this table, asking us to review the Acorns program and its effectiveness and how community perceives this program, as well as looking at some alternative response models and what that would look like in the platform across the city, as well as laying out a roadmap to an engagement plan if we were to advance or expand our alternative response model. So I'll first start off with the review and an update from our Acorns program, and I'll bring up Renee.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. So the Acorns review and update. This is the Acorns team. Some of the Acorns members are actually in the room today. So I'm happy to report that we've added 3 additional Acorns social workers to the team. I also want to introduce you all to Lieutenant Sarah Gorey, who will actually take over lead for the Acorns team because I am now a captain, watch commander with the Raleigh Police Department. So,
And congratulations on that, well-deserved.
Thank you, thank you. But Sarah is doing and will do some great work with the Acorns team. So Just want to highlight some things to talk about what the Acorns focus has been. As you know, not only mental health is addressed through Acorns, but also homelessness and substance use concerns as well. Let me make sure I mention what Acorns, the acronym, means. It's addressing crises through outreach, referrals, networking, and service. And when we talk about crises, we're looking at the crises of life. So that includes being unsheltered and substance use concerns as well. So we've contacted 993 individuals with our actual work. And our motto is care and safety first, enforcement last. We work in care navigation. I should say they now, but Acorns works in care navigation by using case management. A reminder that you have social workers with the Acorns team who focus on the care navigation piece and also the case management. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the work of the Acorns officers who actually help to get the information and the referrals from RPD officers. It's routed to the Acorns officers who then work with the Acorn social workers and helping to do the work. So what does that work look like and what is the focus? So Acorns responds to a call and they provide field services. So initially a patrol officer arrives on scene and then Acorns officers and social workers respond to assist. Now these calls again are not just mental health related, they could relate to homelessness and substance use as well. Those calls may come out as trespassings, they may come out as larcenies, and when officers respond, patrol officers respond, they then determine, oh, this might be something that's better suited for Acorns as opposed to that criminal element of things. So they assist with finding services offered by community partners. I can't harp on enough how much our community partners have been a vital resource connecting the folks that law enforcement come across on a regular basis to services. And what the Acorns team does is make sure that those folks stay connected, because the fact of the matter is some folks are not a great fit for a certain program, so they may be discharged. But what Acorns does is make sure they get connected to another program, which they might be a better fit for. They help identify the needs and goals to create an individualized care plan for that person. As a reminder, Acorns is voluntary, so folks don't have to work with Acorns if they don't want to, but if they do, we work with them. I keep saying we work with them in order to create a plan which is best for them, the individual. We maintain communication to discuss and evaluate that care plan and help reunite family members. There's a lot going on in these circumstances, so what Acorns can do is take a bigger look at the big picture, what is going on here. Help assist with reducing the likelihood of relapse and also help transition to long-term stability. So I just want to give you some numbers here to let you know what it looks like. As it relates to homelessness, when we count the individuals we've come across, we've had 454 folks as it relates to homelessness. Mental health issues is 372, and substance use concerns was 190. So you may be thinking, if you're a math person and you did some quick math, the numbers don't add up to what we said our contacts are. And that's because there are co-occurring things going on with individuals. So as we come across different folks from referrals from the police department, we recognize that there are other things going on with individuals. So what does that work really look like? We help them provide weather appropriate clothing. Encampment outreach has been huge, working with the PD, the Acorns officers respond out, help collaborate to find alternatives, and then the social workers come in to see how they can assist further. On-site referrals to other service providers, again, has been something that's been huge. The collaboration piece I can't speak enough about. As you all know, we had Acorns Connects Downtown, the resource fair again this year. That was something that was created by an Acorns officer, and it has been a success. We assist with addressing complaints at the bus station and also at Moore Square. So looking at funding, how has Acorns spent the ARPA funds that's been allocated. I'll be honest and let you know the majority of those funding has been spent on salary for the additional employees. So we have 3 additional social worker positions, and we also created an Acorn social work supervisor, and Chelsea Levy is here today. So she fills the role of supervisor. Software, I know last time we talked, you wanted data, you wanted information. And one of the things I said is, well, I need some software to help do that. I'll be happy to report that we did complete an RFP process. And so now we're in the process of just contracting with a vendor so that we have a database that can show more of the work that Acorns is doing. Also been working on motor vehicle uplifts. We have 2 transportation vans and a mobile office van. They're being outfitted right now. And then also we've incorporated some money in there for furniture. So I do have to leave you with some qualitative data, some success stories as it relates to Acorns. And I wanted to break it up to mention, again, not only mental health, but homelessness and substance use as well. So let's start with the homelessness. This is just one example of a success story for Acorns. So RPD has encountered this individual dating back to 2011. This person has been trespassed from several hotels, discharged from several programs, but the Acorns detective and Acorns social worker has been engaged with this person for a year and a half. And I'm happy to report that this person was housed on October 23rd. And it would not have been from the work, it would not have been if not for the work of the Acorns team. Now, that being said, we know that things are complicated, and folks, it's a journey, okay? So we're still doing check-ins with all of the individuals to make sure that they stay stabilized. A mental health issue that we came across at Acorns that we're listing as a success came to us from the RPD trauma counselor who reached out and said that Acorns needed to follow up with a mom who was having some issues with her daughter. Well, actually, this on-call response happened because police were coming out. The mom called Acorns officers specifically and asked them to join as well. Acorns officers and social workers responded on scene and were able to control the scene and also connect service providers with the individual so that she could get the medication that she needed. The Acorns officer also advocated with the leasing office regarding the other success story I'll mention, which leads to substance use concerns, is a referral from patrol. We've had an individual that has been seen begging a lot in a particular area, and Acorns officer and social worker had to engage on numerous occasions, and finally the individual agreed to go to detox. There was some complications even in that. The individual would actually call the Acorns officer when they were experiencing issues within the detox center so that they could have someone to talk to and someone that would advocate on their behalf as far as what their needs were. So that was going on. And then also the Acorns social workers helped the person apply for benefits and even went with them to get their identification, which is the first start when folks have barriers, is just to get an ID to be able to apply for other things. So these are just 3 examples of the work that Acorns is doing. All of this is still ongoing because we know it's a journey for folks. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to commend you for, I mean, there were a lot of tears shed that day, and they were happy tears. And
you asked about data, and so they're using part of that $800,000 in order to get very hard to get you that. So again, we want to thank that team. Again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Renee specifically, as she was the leader of that group. I know she's shy, but we're excited for the new leader to kind of take that on and do that work. So speaking of another request that you all had, so you asked us to review this model, in particular the Acorns, and compare it to other models. So I'm going to talk about the research just a little bit, but I want to be very upfront with where we are as far as a recommendation and placement of Acorns. So based on their success and based on the connections that they have and based on the feedback, honestly, directly from the social workers that we have within ACORN's program, we are recommending that it stay in the Raleigh Police Department as of today. We think that what we have found, a lot of the social workers are entering in situations where law enforcement is critical. And as you've seen from some of the success stories, they know the law and they know how to navigate some of the resources that a social worker at this point does not have access to. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the difference with a social worker versus a clinician. And the makeup of this program is a social worker with a police department. And so what we found in the research is they operate like a co-response team, as well as I think Renee laid out specifically, they also do case management as well as care navigation with their partners. So with that, like I said, I will go ahead and say at this time, we're not recommending ACORNs to move out of the police department. However, we are going to talk about those other components of programs for alternative response models that we think we want to address and look at where they can be placed outside of the police department. So again, as a request specifically from this table, you asked us to do our research and to look into alternative response models, as well as reviewing the ACORNs model within the city of Raleigh. So this research actually began, well, before I say that, I want to make sure I shout out a very special Raleigh family member here. We have an intern in the city manager's office who, if she did not do this research, I'm going to be honest, I would have had to do it all by myself. So I really want to shout out Hannah, who is in the audience today, who, if she didn't do this incredible research, we would not be where we are today. So I want to thank her for that hard work.
Come on, raise the hand. Let's see you.
You have made her day. Thank you, guys. So again, this research started with the RTI study. So if you all probably all read it, I think I've had an individual conversation with you all, and you recall that the Research Triangle Institute study in 2020 really began with 6 cohort cities as well as Raleigh. And so what they found is a lack of resource addressing those low acuity and mental health related calls. Again, some of the situations that we heard earlier today by Renee. One thing from our research is we found directly is Durham Hearts was developed right out of the RTI study. The city manager came directly to her board and recommended her first budget in order to develop the now Durham Hearts model. So RTI really was the launching pad for a lot of cities into thinking about this. So we took that research very seriously. The one thing that we found across all of the alternate response models that they recommended or even reviewed is that you really should look at tools for de-escalating and connection to resources. And I want you to remember connection to resources because that will become a theme as we go throughout these slides. So again, I just want to review kind of what we did and as well as the assignments kind of from you all. We were asked to observe the ACORNs team, which we did for several months, did an independent review, looked at some of their resources, again, coming out of that, making sure we addressed that request from Councilmember Black as far as their data. We also looked at a program within our emergency communications, which is our nurse navigation line, which address some of the components if you think about more of a crisis call diversion line, but doesn't get to all of those different things. Because again, as I talked about earlier, there's a difference between a clinician and versus a social worker as well as versus a nurse. So there are different things there. We also did some observations with the Durham Hearts team, again, a specific request from this table, and we spent 3 days with the Durham Hearts team to get a better understanding, again, of how that unit formed directly out of that RTI study, which was a community safety department that directly reports to the city manager. As well as we discussed some of their crisis call diversion programs and some of the logistics, as that was the first thing that they recommended out of their Durham Hearts program, and also is what they consider their first pilot. So what are some of the common themes and components that we found in doing some of this research? So I'll go over the 4 common things we kept seeing. And so crisis call diversion, as I talked to you about earlier, we don't have currently. We do have a nurse navigation line, which is where we have someone calls into the center and we refer them to a nurse, which is an additional resource outside of our 911 call center. So a crisis call diversion line is where we have a licensed clinician who works directly with a 911 call taker. And so they are able to actually dispatch resources based off their assessment as a licensed clinician. I want to note that again. We also have, or what we found, is a co-response model, which is directly what we have in our ACORNS program, which is where social workers and RPD officers respond based off a dispatch from the 911 calls on the high acuity calls. Community response was another common theme that we found, and that's where you have social workers, EMS, and peer support specialists that are dispatched out of the 911 call center for lower acuity calls. And that's something that we don't currently have. However, our partners across the county, as well as some of our partners within the county, if you think about specifically Wake County itself, who is charged with Health and Human Services, would definitely be a peer partner, that would help us get to a community response team, as well as some of our peer support specialists that we use, like at a Healing Transitions or a Oak City Cares. And that's not something we have in our current model, but we found that most programs have that. And also the care navigation and case management, which we do have some of that components through our ACORNS team. And you heard some of those stories where you have the social worker, the peer support specialist, and an RPD officer. And they do more of the follow-up and the connection to resource. Like we mentioned earlier, that's been critical to the ACORNS success. But because they don't have the peer support specialist, it doesn't necessarily match that I would say theme or component that we found in the other programs. But we have a small piece of that. So who did we look at? We looked at Denver Star. Some of you all may have joined me in those conversations out in Colorado. And one thing that we found with them is they studied this for 9 years. So they did a 7-year pilot specifically, but for 2 years they did their research. And what composition of their team is mostly made out of community response. One thing that helps make them successful is they're a county entity as well as a city. So again, that Health and Human Services piece, which we don't necessarily, well, we're not charged with, but they're able to do kind of seamless because they are charged with Health and Human Services and typical life-saving services like police and fire. Where does this resound? In their public health and environment department, which they did come and create out of that pilot. So again, they thought that it was better served for them outside of the public safety, but they do receive their dispatches out of 911. And so what they have found, or their description or their kind of tagline is, STAR provides person-centric mobile crisis response to community members who experience problems related to mental health, depression, poverty, homelessness, or substance abuse issues. So if you notice some of those themes that ACORNS actually already does address, they just use the community response model, which again, if you remember, what's made up of community response is that social worker, that EMS, and that peer support specialist, which is more tied to Health and Human Services, which we're not necessarily charged with. We looked at Durham Heart, as we talked about. So they address all 4 units. Again, it was recommended that they create a department outside of their public safety department, and they make sure they address all 4 components. Their calls are dispatched directly out of 911, and they have seen success out of their first year pilot in order to expand. And I'm sure you saw the recent news stories where they doubled their positions and their investment based off the success they had in their first year of pilot. Again, another model where the city and the county work together. They have one entity that they have to support, so it makes it a little easier for them to pull those resources. Who do we also look at? I'm sure you guys are familiar as well with the Oregon Cahoots program, which again is a solely based community response model. It is housed out of their police department, and they have found it to be successful because again, they have, if you remember the components of a community response model, which is social workers, peer support specialists, EMS, and they do the lower acuity calls. So they don't address the higher acuity calls through this program that still is dispatched through their 911. But they're finding success in this program, again, because they are able to have access directly to those Health and Human Services resources. Other programs that we did look into that are either just getting started, don't necessarily have a whole lot of data that they're prepared to share, but are seeing some success is the Greensboro BHRT, which is a co-response team under the police department. And they do use licensed clinicians and crisis counselors. So their model is a little different in the fact that they use licensed clinicians versus social workers. But they have found that their social workers and clinicians don't want to necessarily address calls without being escorted by the police department. Charlotte Cares, right now, they still consider theirs a pilot, and it's a community response model, and they are using specifically clinicians and paramedics to address their calls. Winston-Salem Bear, which I found that name to be very interesting, is a pilot community response model. And this was one that stood out to us because they were under the fire department. And why they are using the fire department is their EMS is directly under there, so they felt that would work better for them. And then finally, Chapel Hill has a crisis unit, and it is a co-response, and they have found that this model works best, again, under the police department for reasons we've discussed before about the clinicians as well as social workers feeling comfortable being escorted by the police department right now. Some other programs that we looked at, we just felt they were comparable based upon the population. Again, Portland, Oregon, I think we've heard a lot of information coming out of those programs and their community response team. And again, it's another one that's under the fire department. And they believe actually firefighters are best served at responding to these calls with the joint of a peer support specialist. So they have direct access to those community services and those peer partners. So that's who they use. And then finally, Albuquerque, New Mexico. They, again, are very similar to the Durham Hearts model, and they are located in a outside department of the public safety. So again, I just want to remind you again of those common themes and some of the research that we have been able to find. And I want to address again the other request that we received from this table, which is what do we do next? And so in trying to figure out what we do next, we want to make sure we engage the community, and we want them to be able to have the conversation with us about the common themes that we found and kind of how we will place the rest of the components that Acorns does not address. Because again, at this time with us not making a recommendation to move Acorns, we still want to address the other components of the common themes we've seen in alternate response plans. And so I'm going to bring up Taisha Hinton, our manager of community engagement, to kind of walk you through our plan for engagement. But I'll pause here. It looks like Councilmember Jones has a question.
Of the cities that you looked at, I know we talked about Denver and Durham having the county and the city. Did all the other cities that you mentioned, are they our style or are they also
the mix? It's a mix.
There's
So
a mix
we do have some that had charged with Health and Human Services, and again, that's where it made it a little easier for them to have more of the components because again, they're more successful because they have access to the clinicians and the other resources that we don't necessarily charge with.
Sure. And the other question that I had is how does Wake County feel in partnership with us?
So funny, you say that. I was gonna get to that later, but we can talk about that. I'll just pause and say for now, I think that they are ready to help and kind of move forward, but I think they want to hear as well as we do from the community on what the best model would look like for the city our size.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. And I'll turn it over. Oh, there she is.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Michelle. I'm Taisha Hinton with the Office of Community Engagement, and I'll be leading in your next two sections talking about the engagement plan specifically, if their microphone will cooperate with me. So our roadmap to an alternative response program here in Raleigh. Here is the timeline. So we're here before you today in November to kind of talk about an outline of what that could look like. In between November and January-ish, probably a little bit after, is when we plan to host the bulk of our engagement. And my next couple of slides will talk to you in detail about what that'll look like. And then we'll return to you at your retreat in January to give you an update on how engagement is going and if and what additional engagement may be needed. And then it's our plan to come back to you in February or March using the feedback from that engagement period with a more concrete draft on an alternative response program. And also at that time in early 2024, we will have a request for funding to pilot that crisis call diversion program, which was the theme that you just heard from Michelle a moment ago. So anytime our office is charged with conducting an engagement strategy or an engagement plan, we refer to what's called the IAP2 spectrum of public participation. And we do that because in the spectrum, it gives two main things. You'll see at the top column, or the top row, excuse me, is identifying clearly what the public participation goal is. And then on the bottom row, you'll see what the promise to the public. So when we look at what we're trying to achieve here, our office believes that
we fall in the consult and involve columns, which I'll talk about more here in a moment. When we look at consulting and involving the community in the engagement goals, what that means is that the public is clear on how their feedback influence the draft alternative response that we said will come back to you in February or March, and that their alternatives are directly reflected in what it is that you see early next year. We also want to identify additional goals through our engagement, which is ensuring that the concerns and aspirations, right, because both are important, are incorporated into those alternatives that we'll bring back to you. We want to obtain feedback on common themes. So Michelle showed you that green chart with the columns. We want to get feedback on those, but also extend the opportunity to incorporate any other themes or anything that's missing, something that people have seen in other programs outside of the ones you've seen here on the screen, because while we've done our own research, we've had community partners do research, we just want to make sure that we're giving the opportunity to all to contribute to what this could look like here in Raleigh. And then also, we want to seek ideas on a name for this alternative response program, and we want to start with the community there. In our engagement plan, we want to give the same amount of time, attention, and detail to the quantitative data and the qualitative data. So here's how we would like to do that. The 2 listening sessions and 2 community workshops would promote openness to suggestions and facilitate collaborative design. You see number 3 is a feedback telephone line where we will create the opportunity for the public to speak with a member, a staff member on my team during business hours to give their feedback about the things that have been proposed or any things that are missing. Number 4 is the 5 pop-ups with our community engagement van. That's just another opportunity to really highlight that qualitative data and making sure that we're meeting people where they are. And then number 5 is an open house. That's a more informal setting where we'll use multiple display boards for the public to be able to view information. We hope that during those open houses, we can do that with a community partner, and then also with city representatives to answer the questions that the public may have, and also with city representatives to answer the questions that the public may have. And then lastly, we'll have a poll online for people to participate. As far as next steps are concerned, the question that we should always ask ourselves when we are about to embark on engagement is who it is that we would like to reach. And so you'll see here on the screen a list of stakeholders, Raleigh residents, but with an added focus on those who have been impacted by crisis, people with direct or indirect experience with ACORNs, community organizations, local nonprofits, mental health professionals, peer support specialists, etc. And when we're meeting with those stakeholders, what we plan to do is give a topic, various topics and scenarios where we want to hear and learn about their experience with first responders, their experience in moments of crisis, any different skills or characteristics that the public would like to see brought to a scene. It will provide example scenarios and give the public the opportunity to tell us what their ideal response would be to that scenario, as well as any skills or training of responder teams that they would like to see. And when I say responder teams, that includes peer support specialists, social workers, licensed clinical professionals, and/or RPD officers. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Michelle.
So again, to your question, Councilmember Jones, the conversations that we want to have. So as we are embarking on this engagement plan, we're also going to continue to talk to our external partners, one exclusively being Wake County, as again, they are charged with Health and Human Services. And so we want to make sure they get on this ship with us, as we know this is going to be a wonderful journey, but we need their help as they are charged with Health and Human Services, and they also have direct access to licensed clinicians. One thing in our partnership and conversations that we have, I do want to pause and thank the team from Wake Med that's in the back. So Andy Curtis, our government liaison, is here today, along with an additional partner, as they are saying they're committed, they're ready to go, and they are looking forward to the feedback from these community engagement. So again, we're going to lean on our county partners to do the same and help us get over kind of this edge by getting us access to those those health and human services staff members like clinicians. So we want to make sure that we also reach out to, again, those peer support specialists that are going to be a part of those engagement strategies, whether it's Healing Transition, Oak City Cares, as well as those community partners directly, the Raleigh Hearts Coalition, which we're excited to see them here today as well. So thank them for really starting a wonderful campaign and get a little bit of lift, I would say, for the work that we're doing today as well. So these are people that we look forward to continue the conversation, even outside of the engagement, as we think about where this next alternative response unit will live and reside. Also want to talk about some success too that we want to continue to have outside of the engagement process that we hope you all will support us in moving forward is that continued work by the Acorns. Again, we want to bring back that dashboard with that data and that updated web page that shows the impact that they're having on the community, as well as, again, I hate to keep going back to the retreat, but another ask that you'll probably be getting around the retreat time is for some allocation, maybe possibly ARPA or whatever bucket you choose from, to do that pilot for that crisis call diversion line, kind of transitioning our nurse navigation line to specifically having a clinician housed in our 911 call center, as we have seen the success across the country as well as our local peers in this program. So at this time, I'm going to pause for questions, and I hope that I've answered most of them.
Well, great job. Thank you. Councilmember Black and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for this really robust presentation.
I know, my peers are looking at me like, shut up, so sorry.
I want to first start by talking about Acorns. Thank you so much for being so reactive to some of the requests that I apparently made earlier this year. I think, we have a really big opportunity to tell stories as, people in government that really reflect the work that we're doing, and that's really important work. So I just really appreciate that. The next thing I'm hearing, or one of the things that Councilmember Jones brought up and something that I saw, was that for all of the models that you looked at, the ones that have more robust programming are the ones where the city council and the county roles kind of overlap more. And so I'm hearing that there's like a big need for us to look into the future of partnerships with the county. And outside of that being like one of the more major considerations for concern, what other considerations of concern do you think having with moving this forward in partnership for something like that?
Honestly, I think that's just the big one, right? Because again, we're not charged with that, and it makes it difficult when you're not charged with that service, because then you have to obtain the contracts, you have to learn that skill. For example, we went through a lot of different hurdles just to get clinicians on our side to support our police and fire. And so if we're able to actually go to the people that already provide these services, we can use their connection to those resources. So it's really just making sure we have that connection with the county.
I appreciate that. I think there were a lot of things that were also presented in here that I didn't know that we did, like the nurse line and other things that can be reflective of a program, either a community response program or a crisis call diversion program that could really work well here. So I really appreciated that. One of the things that I wanted to quickly kind of bring up was, I know we have where is the slide? It has all of the different things that the community engagement wants to do around, where is it? Oh, the listening sessions, the community workshop, the one feedback telephone line, the pop-ups, the open house, and the online poll. I think that's great. One of the things that, since this is something that we have gotten hundreds, possibly thousands of emails about, I would love to see maybe a study group with the people who are listed as partners to come in and kind of have a deeper engagement around the process as we're doing that community engagement process. I think those, we're reaching out to the community and those in the 6 things that are listed, and that's wonderful, but I would love to have some really deep communication and interaction with the study group, within a study group, like with the Raleigh Hearts, with the partners that we have in the back. Hi, thanks for being here. With Refund Raleigh and other people that we have really been pushing us to see what is possible with a mental health crisis unit. But I just really appreciate the work that was done here. It's something I've really been looking for. I know the city, the country, the world is in a mental health crisis, so you really have to be thoughtful about how we are doing, safety and care for people who are facing that specific issue. But that was just a couple of things that really came to mind when I was going through that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Definitely, thank you for the presentation and all the work. I think we're moving in the right direction. I do have one question, kind of concern. Between today and the end of January, there are 4 federal holidays. So my question is, meeting this timeline, and we're talking about having a retreat in January, which it kind of condenses, I think, that those community outreach. My question is, I want to get it right and not rushed. I'm okay if council, I think, giving you more time for community engagement, especially like today's already November 6th. So Thanksgiving's in 2 weeks, then Christmas, then New Year's, then MLK weekend. So with those holidays all right there, back to back to back, trying to schedule people, taking off for the holidays, you're gonna lose a whole week between Christmas and New Year's. And then we come back to city council on the 2nd. I just think maybe if we gave you all more time, I want you at the retreat, but I don't wanna rush this. So I just wanna put that out there and thoughts from other council members about giving you the time to get it right instead of rushing.
And we appreciate that. And thank you for acknowledging that we need breaks. So I'll just say that when I should have clarified when I said I'll be back at the retreat is not necessarily to rush the engagement, because when we did originally lay this out, as much as we love the wonderful and talented Taisha and team, she did say January, and that was my fault. I did kind of pressure her. But I think we're going to go a little bit beyond January, February, possibly March for the engagement. But what I want to come back to you on is specifically around the crisis call diversion line in January, and that's more of having those conversations with those partners about how we could get a licensed clinician actually to do a pilot within the call center for a year. So if you want us to extend, I think beyond, what was February? Sorry, Luke, I know it should be in the mic. February, yeah, then we can definitely do that. But I did want to come back to you in January with that number around a pilot for the crisis call diversion line.
Yeah, that was more related to budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is totally
That was that time
separate.
frame for January.
Yep.
Yes, I apologize for not being clear around that.
Okay. And that with that clarification, that works for me.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, thanks so much, Michelle. This is a huge, exciting opportunity for our city. The need is great, and it only grows, unfortunately. So we really need the support, and I thank everyone who is in the work of Acorns and what we can do into the future. Just a couple items I wanted to mention. I do want to make sure that we have an opportunity to put in, a budget request around this. So I think just to Mayor Pro Tem Branch's point, around the community engagement piece, just making sure that we have enough information to, make an ask, for the next year, and that we don't have to wait a following year. I think that's something important. I also just was kind of looking at, these different groups, what are they able to do? To Councilmember Black's point, when we have that connection between counties and cities, I think there's a lot more opportunity. So I'm just going to put the word out to my Wake County partners. Hey, please join us. We really need to work together. When it comes to lower, I think you called it acuity calls, is that something that, you feel like we're going to be able to move towards? Because I think that is a piece that we really need help with. And I'll just give an example that I don't see at least brought up here is around, domestic violence, folks who are experiencing perhaps concerns in their homes that they're not maybe having an immediate safety need, but they do need some support. And, those are those kind of calls that are very, they're tricky. And I feel like, police response, they don't always have that capability to really support. So what do we do in that regard, and how can we grow our capacity there?
So you asked one question I want to answer really quickly around the budget. So even if we go into extend those conversations around February, March, we still feel confident that we could bring you back a budget number around those discussions. Now, Sadia, don't give me glaring eyes behind me, but we might be the last request you get, but we will definitely make sure we're able to give you that for an FY25. But I'll pass over the second question too.
So as far as domestic violence response, the Raleigh Police Department does have a family violence intervention unit, which officers do respond out to the initial domestic violence call, but there are crisis counselors that do the follow-up. So we have civilian crisis counselors and a victim advocate that follow up on the DV-related incident. On that unit, there are also officers and detectives. Back in the day, I was one of those officers that worked in the domestic violence unit. So we already have that set up within the PD.
Okay, and I guess I'll just further emphasize that I think that kind of capacity would be very helpful with this unit as well, just because depending on the nature of, what people's concerns are, they may, really want to work with a clinician or a social worker over a police officer on those kinds of topics.
And I think, again, that crisis call diversion line could address that as well.
Councilmember Black?
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this because I agree with both Mayor Pro Tem Branch as well as Councilmember Jane. I forget last names sometimes. However, I want there to be enough time, but will there be time enough for there to be something that comes back for FY25?
Yes. Yes, okay. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. So we're still going to get you a request for FY25. It will not be at the retreat for the entire unit, but at the retreat, I'll specifically be asking for some allocation for the crisis call diversion line that we will be changing from our nurse navigation line.
Okay.
If you will hang tight to get to Capital Reserve, I've also made a recommendation in Capital Reserve to kind of get us started.
Cool. I saw that. And so that's just for the crisis call. What about for the other stuff?
That's when we'll come back after the full engagement plan, somewhere around February, March.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Just one last question. I know we have social workers in Acorns. Do we have a substance abuse professional there as well, or how do we handle this? How is that handled?
Going to have someone from Acorns answer that.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm the social work supervisor in the Acorns unit. So we are well equipped, all of our teammates, to answer every kind of call regarding homelessness, mental health, and substance use. But we do have some specific team members that do have more of a passion for that. So we do help them and let them take those calls as they see them through CAD. I don't know if that's quite the answer we were looking for, but we do allow those that have a specialized interest in that. We have one of our officers here today he's from Ohio, and that was specifically what he did prior to coming to Raleigh a few years back. So yeah, that answers your question.
It does. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for this comprehensive report. Really well done, and I look forward to seeing what the community engagement brings forth. So much appreciated.
You're welcome.
All right, next. Next, we're on to the city clerk information gathering discussion and next steps.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Tansy Hayward, Deputy City Manager. I think today I'm part 2 presentation. So this is the second item that is returning to you. So I think just waiting on.
No.
This is the.
We've already done that one, that was the random truck.
So as the presentation comes up, the City Council previously discussed next steps for the City Clerk on September 19th. We're on M4. Or we're on M6. I'm trying to think. M6, sorry. Okay. So at your September 19th meeting, we discussed some best practices, benchmarking, practices around city clerks, some of the appointment opportunities and choices that the council had. There was one piece of direction that was given at that time. The city council gave a direction that the city should proceed with holding city treasurer appointment vacant. And then there were 2 follow-up requests that were identified at the September 19th. First, to provide some additional information and framework to discuss supervisory practices in the context of the city clerk, and really the decision ahead of the council in terms of whether you retain supervisory responsibilities or delegate those. And that there was also a request to get some additional information about the administrative alignment of some of the functional areas that are not currently aligned with the city clerk. So first, I did seek out information on the National League of Cities website, which is the supporting organization for council members, to see what, if any, direction they provided to boards in terms of supervisory practices for city councils. I didn't find a lot of information, but this is a text that's pulled directly from their website, and generally you'll see one bullet in yellow that just recognizes that supervision of employees is one of a very diverse set of responsibilities that council members can hold. There wasn't a lot of other direction beyond that in terms of what that means in other cities. This following table was our best attempt internally. Myself, the city attorney's office, and Human Resources tried to characterize generally what do we think of as supervisory practices in the city of Raleigh, and then we tried to compare and contrast sort of historically what that relationship has looked like between the city council and the city clerk versus an administrative relationship between a supervisor and their employee in the city. So you'll see along the bottom, green means that they're typical in most circumstances that activity happens. Yellow is that's a pretty common practice. Orange means that there are certain circumstances where you might see that practice, and then red, that would be a very unusual thing. So running down this chart, first, appointment and termination contract for services. Previously, the city council has held contracts with the city attorney and the city manager. That has not been typical in the past with the city clerk, and is not typical. We do not have contracted employment agreements with other employees. The council has completed annual evaluations for its direct reports, and we also do that in administrative appointments. There is an annual pay adjustment that the council has considered for its direct appointments. We also generally provide annual pay adjustments for others. It is my understanding that the city clerk has not previously worked with the council on goals, but has submitted a business plan. So I think some of those goals weren't embedded in the city clerk business plan, but it is my understanding that there haven't been discrete goals that have been submitted by the clerk historically. Again, administratively, all of our employees work with their supervisors on annual goals. Progressive discipline, that essentially the city has a progressive discipline policy that allows people essentially to seek remediation on any kind of performance duties before any kind of discipline happens. Again, your direct employees are at-will employees. Certainly there's more discretion for the city attorney in how you're going to handle discipline compared to our employees that are protected by our discipline policy. Again, I already spoke to the city clerk's office has recently had a business plan that has been shared with the council. Again, employees in the city's work are covered by business plans. Generally, depends on the frequency of employees and the nature of their jobs. Most employees have standing one-on-ones with their supervisors to get updates and direction. Certainly, the context of the council is a little different when it comes to your direct reports to do standing one-on-ones and get that kind of feedback. Review of subordinate pay and organizational structural actions. This is situational, so it kind of depends on what kind of actions those are. Generally, a supervisor is administratively going to know at a high level promotion, hiring, discipline actions that are happening at lower levels in the organization. When it comes to the council, we have a very specific policy about what kinds of personnel action require council approval, and all of your direct appointees have quite a bit of discretion in terms of their pay and personnel actions. And then our performance evaluation system within the city does require a review by supervisors of performance evaluations, of performance ratings. And again, certainly that wouldn't apply. The council does review the performance of your direct supervisors, and certainly you give feedback about the performance of the broader functions, but don't directly review those performance reviews like we do within the administrative context. And last, generally, the city council isn't involved in daily direction and support in terms of the activities of your direct reports the way that would be the case within our administrative organization. So that is a little bit of a contrast, I think, of what somebody in an administrative supervisory function might expect from supervision versus an individual reporting to the council. I'm going to pause here. Hope this was responsive to the question. The next question was about functions. So as you'll remember, you saw an even more complicated slide than this that talked about some of the benchmarking and the functions that were included in city manager office or functions that were supervised by the administrative arm of the organization versus those that were managed by the city council. Again, we found generally that in offices that reported to an administrative arm, they generally held more service areas than those that reported to the council. I've highlighted on this slide, again, this on the right-hand side is across the benchmark cities, those that their offices were supervised by administrative staff. So you can see a number of the functions that were more common in an administrative aligned organization than an elected. And on this next slide, I've just pulled those out in terms of giving you some understanding of where those organizations or those functions are aligned in our organization now. So the first duty aligns with that prior chart. You can see where the staff are in our organization, how many staff work on it, and then the last really just is recognizing what functions rely on the work of the city manager in alignment with the administrative functions of the office. So this was intended to show where there's a fair amount of administrative interdependence in some of these functions. Again, that's the follow-up on those two questions. These were the options that were shared with you previously. Again, the City Council can choose not to modify the functions in the clerk's office or supervision. You could revisit supervisory practices without changing anything structural. You could look at changing the supervisory practices, but not the structure, or to make changes to structure and to supervision. And then again, once you had decisions around your structure, again, you can appoint somebody in the city clerk role as a secondary function like you have the city manager, or you could appoint somebody directly. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah.
And then Councilmember Fort.
Thanks for this. Just for the benefit of the public, can you go to the slide with the options, A, B, C, and D? I think some of the folks in the public read when this was before us before are interpreting that continue current service delivery as are standing right now with an interim clerk. But what you're meaning here is that this current service delivery would keep the clerk's office separate and directly appointed by the council.
Yeah, when I speak to service delivery, I'm really speaking more to the functional areas provided by the clerk versus the supervision. But yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Fort?
Excuse me. So I want to say I value all the perspectives that have been raised through our discussions and conversations about the potential approaches to the future services and supervisory structures for the city clerk's office. Excuse me. I understand that the interest to keep the accountability of the city clerk aligned with the city council, but also want to leverage this opportunity to revisit the structure of the city clerk's office in a way that enhances administrative and operational efficiencies, which is something we've been having a number of conversations about. As a result, I believe we should leverage the institutional knowledge that exists in the organization. And in consideration of all these elements, I'd like to make a motion for the following, but I want to make sure there's more questions and all that stuff, right? Everybody's good? Okay, good. All right. The first part of my motion is that the city council continue to both appoint and supervise the city clerk. The second part of my motion would be that the city manager look for current and future realignment opportunities of the administrative functions to make that make sense. While those administrative functions could happen within the daily operations of the city clerk's office, day-to-day direction would remain with the city manager's office. And last, that the city council appoint Lou Bonapane as the city's next city clerk effective November 20th, 2023. I believe that Lou's relationships with the city council, his longstanding service to the city of Raleigh, will create new opportunities for both the city clerk's office as well as the individuals within it. So that would be my complete motion.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to ask a clarification about the motion. Definitely support keeping the office independent with appointee and supervisory roles to the council. Can you talk about the second part that you read?
Yeah, basically what that would be is, as a part of the conversations we've had, there's some functions that probably need to be transferred from the city manager's office to the city clerk's office. And so that would be what those realignment of duties would be, things that probably need to be pulled out of the city manager's office and placed within the clerk's office that we've not really had an opportunity to do in the past.
Agenda management.
Agenda
Agenda
management.
review,
Yeah.
for instance.
Okay.
Those types of
I
things.
can support that. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Councilmember Jones?
In this, do we, just process question, do we have to open this up to more people to
No.
be able?
We do our own appointment.
You don't have to. Okay, thank you.
And just as a point of clarification, if I'm making sure, just so there's clarity around that, the day-to-day activities such as agenda management, public records requests, customer service related items, because those are operational things, those will be work that will be directed through the city manager's office. However, the supervision and appointment authority still rests with the council in that recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
And I just want to follow up. I want to acknowledge the folks in the city clerk's office. You guys have been doing great work while this whole process has been going forward. You didn't miss a beat. You kept on track, kept the office rolling after Gail retired. So I really want to say how much I appreciate everything that you guys have been able to do.
Yep.
And also thank the city manager and her staff for being able to take on the split role of trying to manage the office while we got to this point. So thank both groups.
Yes.
Thank you.
And can we acknowledge your newly appointed city clerk?
Where is he? Come on, Lou.
Oh, he has a statement. He's got a statement.
Just a couple words.
He's got a prepared statement.
I do want to share with council, this is a tremendous honor that the council would entrust me with the responsibilities of executing the functions of the city clerk for the city of Raleigh. Fleming Bell was a professor at the School of Government from 1982 until 2014. He's now retired. Of a city clerk, Fleming Bell once wrote in the summer 1996 issue of Popular Government, dealing with a wide variety of information and requests requires tact, judgment, empathy, organizational skills, energy, and a good sense of humor. Although the clerk works for the governing board, the clerk truly provides public service, from helping the media understand perhaps the meaning of a complicated motion, assisting citizens with finding the correct person to help with a complaint, keeping city staff advised of board actions, and keeping board members informed of administration proposals. As local government becomes larger and more complicated, the clerk's role as a professional, dispassionate provider of information to citizens, government officials, and the media becomes more and more important. That's just as true today as it was in 1996. I look forward to continuing to work with all the members of the City Council, the city staff, city manager's office, and all of the citizens of Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. We're excited to have you in this role. Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have 4 items on the agenda and a couple of quick things to add on to the end to keep the ball rolling. The first of which is the Preservation Revolving Fund for 606 Transylvania Avenue, the relocation of a residential structure. We have staff from Planning and Development here to present that item.
Good afternoon. I'm Colette Canane with Planning and Development, and I'm here today to request authorization to negotiate loan terms for an application for the Preservation Loan Fund. The Preservation Loan Fund is a program designed to serve as gap financing for historic preservation projects. The applicants, Andy and Melinda Knowles, are seeking to relocate the Bill and Betty Weber House from its current site on Transylvania Avenue to a lot they own on Delmont Drive. The current owner has indicated a desire for demolition and is working with the Knowles to provide an opportunity to remove the house from the property in lieu of demolition. The Bill and Betty Weber House is significant for its modernist design by George Matsumoto and Bill Weber. The property was previously designated as a Raleigh Historic Landmark, but was de-designated at the previous owner's request. Though it was de-designated, it still retains its eligibility for designation as a Raleigh Historic Landmark. The dramatic split-level house features the clean straight lines, affordable materials, walls of windows, open floor plan, and careful site planning and building integration that characterize Matsumoto's architectural style. The proposed site on Delmont Drive is directly next door to another modernist house, making it a contextually appropriate site for relocation. The applicants have been coordinating with several city departments to plan the route with their house mover and contractor from its current site in Country Club Hills to the Kentwood neighborhood. Should council concur that this request is appropriate for the Preservation Loan Fund, staff will process and prepare all of the necessary loan documents according to city procedures. This will include an evaluation of whether the applicant has the financial ability to make payments and hold sufficient collateral. The loan will be secured with a deed of trust on the lot or other property and require that a preservation covenant be placed on the property, that work be performed on the house in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and that an application for Raleigh Historic Landmark designation be filed after relocation. I will note that there are numerous terms and conditions required by law that must be met in order for this loan to be executed, and we will be working with the attorney's office and manager's office to ensure that these are met before bringing the item back to you on November 21st for authorization to execute the loan. I am available for any questions that you might have. The applicants, Andy and Melinda Knowles, their attorney, Mac Paul, and George Smart, the founder and CEO of U.S. Modernist, are also present today to answer any questions should you wish to hear from them.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Is this going to be enough money to do this thing?
Not to complete the full project, no. The loan is designed to help overcome, the funding gaps that might occur, especially for something as substantial as a house move.
Got it. Mm-hmm. And then I also wondered if I don't know anything about moving historic homes. Are there credentials that people who move houses can get, and is one of the loan terms to make sure that the people moving the houses have those credentials?
I am not familiar as to whether there are credentials. However, the mover that they are working with has relocated a number of homes in Wake County, most recently for the town of Cary in February.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Well, I'm really excited about this. I think, and there's a lot of positivity in the community to see this home preserved. So nice work.
Is that a motion to approve?
Unless there's more conversation.
Go.
Okay. Well, I move to authorize staff to process the loan documents.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. And thank you for what you're doing. This is really important to the community. And I also appreciated the dean of the Mark Hurston writing us that beautiful letter asking for us to consider this. When the dean at NC State School of Architecture contacts you and says, please, you know it's important. So thank you.
So the next item, you will recall that during the FY24 budget deliberations, we talked about remaining employer of choice and being competitive in the employment market, and that we were going to embark upon a compensation study. So staff has gone out and done the work to bring forward a recommendation for your approval so that we can begin looking at our pay and classification system. So we have Charnel Jones from HR here to present this item.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and council members. Just kind of want to give you a little bit of information about the process, the background of where we're at, or have been historical knowledge in regards to our compensation plan, why now, and why we're going forward now with a proposal, our request for proposals, the scope of the project, and also to talk about the proposals that we receive, our selection and timeline and recommendation. So back in 2015, the city embarked on a journey to modernize its classification and compensation study. And as part of that process, that included city council adopting a compensation philosophy that reflected that the city would basically match the market. We would reflect the 50th percentile of the market. We would consider total compensation. We would also reward performance. And we also applied the living wage criteria at that time. As the second phase of that project in FY18, City Council approved and adopted a classification and compensation system that reduced the number of classifications that we had from 750 down to about 260. We also went from a quartile system to pay structures, which included a police and fire step structure, general step structure, and a broadband pay structure. Those structures have changed since that time frame a little bit, but just to note, at that time that we went through that process, the city had not had a compensation study done in 13 years. And one other item I would like to point out is that with that implementation, it was about over $18 million that we went through and was approved to implement the comp study at that particular time. So why now? The last time, again, was FY18 that we implemented a comprehensive comp plan and updated our plan. And to keep up with the market, it's best practice to do a class and comp study every 3 to 5 years so that we continue to remain market competitive. We committed to maintaining that competitive market edge so that we would be able to, again, attract and retain a high-performing workforce. And then also to meet the demands of an ever-changing labor environment. As you all know, the market is very volatile and competitive at this point in time, so it is important that we remain competitive. So our request for a proposal, we engaged in this process to obtain a consulting firm to review, benchmark, and provide recommendations for a competitive, comprehensive classification and compensation plan, again, to help us be able to attract, retain, and develop a diverse and high-performing workforce. That proposal was advertised from July 25th to September 8th. The objectives of the project is to provide, again, for the consultant provide recommendations for a classification and compensation plan and structure that establishes us to have a competitive market position for the City of Raleigh as an employer of choice. Again, as related to our current comp philosophy, we want to make sure that we are matching the market. And then also to provide a simple and modern classification and compensation plan so that employees understand how they move through the class and comp plan, and also to help us to establish career ladders, which we currently do not have. So we received 5 proposals that included Evergreen Solutions, Gallagher Benefit Services, HR Unequivocally, Mercer, and the Siegel Company all submitted proposals. HR convened a staff review panel that was comprised of HR, Budget and Management Services, Finance, Communications, IT, and the city's manager's office. Firms were rated on their corporate background and their experience in the field, the financial stability of their company, their project understanding of the scope, also their approach to the project. Cost, of course, was a factor in there, and then we also, the candidates that we brought in, or the consultants that we brought in, the interview process, they were rated on. After the review of the proposals, 3 consultants were brought in for an interview with the review panel, and that included Evergreen Solutions, Mercer, and the Siegel Company. After careful considerations of all the proposals, scoring criteria in the interviews, and the scope of the project, the review panel selected the Siegel Company. The Siegel Company will assist the city with the multi-phase compensation and classification study project, with an anticipated start date of January 2024, concluding in the spring of 2025 for FY26 implementation. So we ask that City Council authorize the city manager to execute a contract with the Siegel Company for the compensation and classification study in an amount not to exceed $315,000. Questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Patton.
Hi, thanks. I was curious if part of the scope or negotiations include like incremental reporting back. I think it would be great not to wait until FY26 to implement, especially if there's areas where we already know internally that we could, make progress.
Well, the project will be in phases. So the first phase is basically the consultant collecting data from us and reviewing our current structures, and then looking at having the employees fill out what we call position description questionnaires about the duties of their job. They will review that. And then the next phase is doing the benchmarking and the surveying. And then after that, that's when they bring back recommendations for our class structure, classification, and then our salary structures. So it's a linear type process. Again, there may be opportunities where they see that, but it will be phased.
Got it. So am I misunderstanding? I thought one time when we've talked about this before, there were segments of the organization that would be evaluated in phases. So certain departments would go first, and then the next ones, and the next ones.
I think you're referring to our 1/3 that we do every year. Mm-hmm. We do a benchmark of 1/3 of our positions every year to help us maintain being competitive to the market. But this is a comprehensive plan looking at all of our entire classification system and looking at all of our pay structures. So if we do one off, that could impact other areas. So we have to have this phased approach.
Okay.
So I think to help answer that question is, if we're in considering this hot job market that we're currently in, if there was a position that is hard to hire and we're in a situation where we need to hire, we have the ability through HR to make those necessary decisions. But we try to be really strategic and mindful about that, because any one-off would then ultimately impact potentially the entire job classification for similar positions across the organization. So we still will have the ability that if there's a hard to hire position that we need to make, we've also put in the provisions to get really creative about retention and bringing folks in on the recruitment side of signing bonuses and things like that, which are not really traditional for local units of government. But now to remain competitive, we have to do some of that. So yes, in addition to looking at the benchmark survey and on an annual basis.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Jones?
When we did the last one in 2018, when did that get implemented?
It got implemented in FY 2018. It started in 2015, and it was phased over
Okay,
time.
so the time it started in 2015, it took 3 years to implement it.
Because phase one was the compensation philosophy and looking at that, and council had to adopt what is our philosophy around compensation. And so as part of that process, that was adopted. And then the second phase was looking at our classification structure and our pay structures, and that's why the implementation, that was another 18 months to go through that part of the process. So it was a phase one and a phase two.
But we're not doing it that way this time.
No.
So this one,
No.
because I'm just concerned if in the past it took us 3 years to get to the implementation phase, that's putting us at 2027, and I don't know if people are going to leave before that.
No, the reason why it took so long because we hadn't done one in 13 years.
Yes, we were starting from ground zero back in 2015.
That's right.
We didn't have a pay philosophy. We had an antiquated system of quartiles, which nobody kind of used anymore. So we now have a basis and a position of a good standing so that we can start. It took so long because we were really building from the ground up. We already have a market-based system. All that we'll be doing now is evaluating it and reviewing it to make sure whether or not it's still competitive.
So, okay, 3 years, we're thinking 2 years.
18 months.
It's really 18 months.
18 months.
18 months, okay.
It's the way the implementation would be for FY 26, which really is 25.
Sorry,
I know.
my brain was, I get the math. I had a question, it was just lingering there, but and now it's, in the future, as we move forward, are we looking to do this every 5 years, or what is the goal moving forward? So we're not waiting 13 years, we're not waiting 6 years.
Yeah, I think when we committed back in 2015 that we would not find ourselves in this position again, and I think we've done really good about doing the 1 year, 1/3. Every year, do the 1/3 of the positions. I think when we raised it during the budget process, we said every 3 to 5 years, dependent upon the environment, right? Dependent upon also these hard-to-hire positions. So at a minimum, it would be 5 years, more likely 3 to 4, just to stay competitive. Because everybody around us is doing it too. So we have to continue to be more thoughtful about it, more strategic if we are going to be able to recruit and retain the best and the brightest.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So from
Okay.
2018, this is our 5-year benchmark right here to 2023.
Any other questions? Okay, motion to approve. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
The next item is FY '23 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So we have Allison Bradshaw from Finance Department here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Allison Bradshaw with the Finance Department. It's good to be with you today to share the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which is better known as the ACFR. Here's today's agenda. I'll share the city's financial reporting process, the annual audit results, discuss financial results for several of the city's operations, and provide the city's general capital reserve process, including a recommended policy change for your consideration. The city has a robust financial reporting process as a means of being transparent. This slide focuses on 4 touch points. The process starts with the annual budget process, which is required by law to be balanced. Staff provides updates throughout the year, tracking progress. The item circled on the slide is the ACFR, which, like the budget, is required by law. The ACFR is a technical document and adheres to governmental accounting standards. As a means of reaching residents and other interested parties, the Finance Department will take the data in the ACFR and present it in a user-friendly manner with the Citizens Annual Financial Report later this year. There are many staff members who contribute to the financial reporting process, and I want to say a special thank you. Their dedication and technical expertise is critical to this publication and the city's transparent reporting processes. The ACFR is the city's historical financial story. The external audit firm Cherry Beckert issued a clean opinion on the city's financial statements and the grants program. April Adams, the Cherry Beckert partner on our account, is here in council chambers along with the senior manager on our account. Attached to the agenda item was a required document from the auditors which provides details on what the audit process encompasses. The ACFR contains an executive summary called the Management Discussion and Analysis, or MD&A, that speaks to the city's excellent financial position. The city was able to meet or exceed policies, provide funding to offset our long-term cost, and maintain the city's top-tier credit rating. As I mentioned, this is a technical document and is used by credit rating agencies and investors and is integral to the city's ability to issue debt financing. The ACFR is submitted into the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, award program annually. The city has been awarded the Certificate of Excellence for the last 43 years, which is an extremely impressive streak. The clean opinion and the long-standing award demonstrate the commitment to fiscal stewardship here at the city, and something I'm very proud to be a part of. The general fund is the primary operating fund and includes property tax revenues and general government services, including the cost to operate public safety, parks, and transportation services. The chart on the right shows the budget for the general fund, which was just over $615 million, and the actual revenues collected and actual expenses paid. When compared to budget, revenues were 7% higher, driven by several factors. First, consumer spending has continued to drive the economy despite continued projections by economists about a recession, persistent inflation, and rising credit card debt. That, coupled with new development on both commercial and residential activity in Raleigh, led to higher revenues. Interest income was also very strong as the Federal Reserve hiked interest rate to records high during the fiscal year. The city was able to benefit from these rate hikes and took advantage of investment opportunities. Like other governments, Raleigh has experienced higher than average vacancies. The underruns associated with salary and benefits, coupled with a one-time use of ARPA monies, which was used to combat high fuel costs, resulted in expenses coming in lower than budget by 5%. Overall, the general fund added to fund balance during the FY23 year, with revenues exceeding expenses by $20.3 million. The city has 6 operations that are treated like a private business, and we call these our business-type funds. The chart shows the actual revenues collected and actual expenses paid during the fiscal year. Different than the general fund, revenues largely come from users who directly pay for these services, specifically for these operations. Raleigh Water, which is listed first on the chart, is the city's business-type fund and is fully funded by users of the regional system. Raleigh Water, as you know, also issues revenue bonds, which allow us to meet ongoing capital infrastructure needs. Financial modeling is used to support Raleigh Water, Convention Center, stormwater, and solid waste operations, and the results are in line with financial models. There are 3 of the operations that do need additional revenue sources to meet ongoing operational expenses. Those external sources and the level of general fund support are listed on the slide. Debt is a large component of how the city pays for capital projects. Keeping the city's credit rating high allows for the best and lowest borrowing rates. As a growing city, we have $2.3 billion in outstanding and authorized debt. From the pie chart, you will see that we have a healthy balance of debt, which is funded largely by our taxpayers, versus debt that is funded by our ratepayers. For FY23, we had a very active year for debt, both on general obligation and revenue bonds used to fund Raleigh Water. The city is much like a household where current reserves are set aside for future payments as a means of savings. This is like you or I saving for college or a car or a down payment on a home. There are 4 funds where a third-party actuary generates reports to show the total financial burden to the city. The annual contributions, which are shown on the chart, provide funds for the current obligations and also the amounts needed to slowly set aside funds where payments will come due in the future. The first operation listed on the chart is the city's share of the state's pension plan. In FY23, the city contributed $34 million into the fund, which allows city employees to retire with a pension. This is in addition to the funding that each employee contributes. The state manages the program, and while there is a large liability of almost $200 million, the plan is almost 84% funded for future payouts. OPEB primarily accounts for the city's retiree health benefit. These are the health insurance premiums that the city pays on behalf of retirees and their families until a retiree hits the Medicare eligibility. This is by far the largest liability, which is almost $290 million. In FY23, the city contributed $21.2 million into the OPEB fund to pay for current and future retiree health care premium cost. As required by state statute, the city's sworn LEO officers have a separation allowance, which is based on rules for retirement and allows for a separate payment in addition to the pension to be funded until the age of 62. The annual cost is over $7 million, and the city's liability for this program is close to $63 million. The city is self-insured and operates a risk management fund to pay for claims. An example is workers' comp. Given the fact that we can't predict future claims, the city has set aside funds greater than the current liability. Grants are an important part of the funding for the city. Part of the external audit relates to ensuring that the city has strong controls over grant compliance. The audit includes a clean opinion over the city's grant program, and this is a testament to staff throughout the city who oversee grants compliance from the beginning to the end of a grant. In FY23, the city incurred $88.2 million in grant expense, and the bulk, or $68 million, related to grants that support transportation and ARPA initiatives. So the year-end process allows us to calculate fund balance. If revenues are greater than expenses, like the results for FY23 in the general fund, we add to fund balance. If revenues fall short and are less than expenses, the city would need to use fund balance to keep operations afloat. Fund balance is the city's saving or safety net against the unknown. The city produces a balanced budget annually, so you may wonder, how is fund balance created? Well, it's largely driven by economic factors. For the general fund, the factors for revenue included sources that were impacted by the larger economy: consumer spending for sales tax, development activity, and in the case of FY23, the interest rate environment. On the expense side, it's largely vacancy rates experienced. When a position is not filled, there are underruns compared to the budget for personnel costs for salary and benefits. As we head into the FY25 budget and as staff track the current year fiscal picture for '24, we are closely working with the city manager to assess economic uncertainty. Volatility is hard to predict, which has resulted in the city's outperformance when compared to targets, especially since the start of the pandemic. There is a statutory calculation for fund balance, which is shown on the chart, which is actually provided by the Local Government Commission, or the LGC. While many hours of work go into the numbers, the calculation is actually rather simple. Much like a household budget, the calculation looks at the city's cash on hand and the commitments or bills that have to be paid in the future. The calculation compares that amount to the operating budget, which in this case is the '24 budget, and applies a 14% threshold. Today's policy allows for any amounts over 14% to be provided to council annually, and amounts less than 14% are kept in reserve or savings. As a growing city, along with the continued desire to be fiscally responsible and prepared for the unexpected, staff conducted a benchmark across North Carolina to compare Raleigh's threshold of 14% with others. So why is a reserve recommended? Well, it's just like a household, and the unexpected can and will happen. It's essential for governments to maintain adequate levels of savings to mitigate current and future risks, such as revenue shortfalls, which may be driven by economic factors, unanticipated expenses, which could be related to a disaster, and to ensure stability in the property tax rate. The GFOA recommends no less than 2 months operating reserve, which actually equals 16.7%. The chart shows the percent threshold for many cities here in North Carolina, along with the process by which an excess is utilized. Many of the city's peers have a threshold of at least 16%, and some have considerable higher amounts. In particular, staff reviewed Charlotte, Winston-Salem, Durham, and Greensboro, which are closer to our size, and as you can see from the chart, all have thresholds of 16% or higher. As Raleigh continues to grow and the cost of our annual operations are higher each year, staff feel it is now appropriate to make a recommendation to increase the city's reserve. So staff, based on the benchmark results, the GFOA recommendation, and the annual budget growth, staff recommends a reserve policy of 17%, which is slightly more than 2 months of operating, and any balance above 17% would be rolled into the next year's budget process for PAYGO capital unless otherwise directed by council. By rolling the balance into the budget process, funds are included in the annual prioritization process, and the recommendation is to implement the change for the current fiscal year we're in, ending 6/30/2024. This is my very last slide, which is the general capital reserve for FY23. That dollar amount is $34.4 million. The excess is higher than in recent years and was driven by the factors I discussed on the general fund slide. The chart on the right shows the excess fund balance over a 10-year window, and as you can see, the balance does fluctuate, which again is largely driven by larger economic conditions happening in the economy. The next presentation on your agenda, not to steal any thunder, will provide recommendations for the use of the capital reserves for one-time uses. So thank you for your time today. I realize that this is a lot of information, and Mayor, I will turn it back to you, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you. Another very thorough report. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay.
Awesome. The next item is the annual.
I was going to make the motion because I think we need to approve the policy change.
Yes, thank you. I was excited.
Me too. It's like
So,
Christmas.
Yeah.
so I move to accept
I think the city manager wants to move on.
I move to accept the annual comprehension. Ooh, I can't talk. Financial plan for the fiscal year ending year June 30, 23, and approve the policy changes to the general fund reserve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. And now what we're really excited about is an opportunity for us to make some investment in some priorities that council has articulated at the table, some priorities that we always try to take care of, and that is our people in the organization. And so we have with you Sadia Sitar, who is our budget director, and she is going to present the general capital reserves for FY23.
All right, well, thank you for saving the best for last. I'm Sadia Sitar from Budget and Management Services. I would be happy to talk City Council through staff recommendations for the fiscal year 2023 general capital reserves. So as you just heard, the total general capital reserves for fiscal year 2023 are $34.4 million. And of course, per City of Raleigh policy, these funds can be appropriated at council's discretion for critical non-recurring needs or to maintain reserves. So at this time, we are requesting that council approve staff recommendations for the use of capital reserves. From a total of $34.4 million, staff has prepared recommendations for council approval to include $12.8 million for the acquisition of the former Cargill site for affordable housing needs in the city, a $10 million contribution to negotiate a contract and agreement with swing, racket, and paddle sports, $5 million for one-time bonuses for eligible full-time, permanent part-time, and temporary employees in the city of Raleigh, along with a $200,000 mid-year adjustment for education incentives for our officers in Raleigh Fire as well as the ECC. An additional $2.5 million to purchase an engine and ladder apparatus for Raleigh Fire, $1.2 million for upgrades to the city's central fuse system to address its age, condition, and technology, $1 million for the city's first ever participatory budgeting pilot exercise that you're all aware of, and last but not least, $350,000 for an alternative response implementation planning, which Michelle Millette and Taisha Hinton spoke to you about earlier this afternoon. So our staff recommendations come to a total of $33.05 million in capital reserves, which leaves about $1.35 million for to be spent at City Council's discretion. So keeping in mind what you just saw, which is our commitment to affordable housing, city's employees, our infrastructure needs, our needs for engagement, I would now like to speak to the staff recommendations in detail. So first is the former Cargill site acquisition. Per the city's Southern Gateway Corridor study, the former site presents a clear strategic infrastructure investments supporting long-term goals for affordable housing in Raleigh. Located at 1400 South Blunt Street, the study identified the site as one of our 4 key focus areas along the corridor between South Saunders and South Wilmington Street here in the city. And in order to facilitate acquisition of the site, staff is recommending that council approve general capital reserves in the amount of $12.8 million to pursue opportunities for affordable housing. Next is swing, racket, and paddle sports, or swing. So swing actually received lease approval through the City Council that was here in September of 2018 and applied for a $20.3 million interlocal grant fund in February of 2022. However, because of COVID, the grant was canceled and construction has since been delayed. So staff recommends using $10 million of general capital reserves to provide swing with potential financial support, and also authorizing staff to negotiate terms with swing on what public benefiting elements of the project such funds may be utilized for. Next, the staff recommendations for general capital reserves also contain some employee investments, but before I go into those, I do want to remind City Council of the commitment that our current budget made to staff, which included a 3% flat contribution to the 457 citywide, regardless of employee match, annual pay adjustments for all employees across the board that included 5% for police, fire, general pay employees, as well as 3.5% for our broadband employees in the city of Raleigh. And then also the city committed about $500,000 to address public safety leapfrogging. So with that, in an effort to invest in city employees further, the city manager is presenting a proposal for one-time bonuses in fiscal year 24, based on, of course, an employee's base salary. The table, as you can see in the slide here, shows the bonus structure for regular full-time employees only, with larger bonuses, as you can see, being paid to those employees at lower salary levels. You'll also notice that the bonus structure is similar for both our open range as well as our broad range employees. Employees that are eligible for these bonuses must have been hired by the City of Raleigh on or before June 30th and must be regular permanent full-time employees. However, along with the bonuses for these regular full-time employees, the city manager is also recommending bonuses for our staff in our executive job family. This bonus would be a one-time $500. And on top of that, staff is also recommending that eligible permanent part-time and temporary employees in the City of Raleigh also be included in these bonuses at $250 per employee. So the number that you see in front of you, which is that $5 million, is actually for the general fund only. Raleigh Water Solid Waste Services and Stormwater would fund their respective bonuses from their individual fund balance appropriations. So in order to facilitate bonus implementation, we are recommending that Council please approve this item because approval will allow processing of these bonuses for the November 22nd pay date, which would be a nice gift for everybody before Thanksgiving. I know I will appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on. Enough about me. So, along with that, in addition to those one-time bonuses, staff is also recommending that public safety officers in Raleigh Fire, as well as the ECC, also receive an education incentive for the second half of the current fiscal year. Staff is recommending that Council approve general capital reserves in the amount of $200,000, and these incentives have actually been modeled after Raleigh Police's educational incentives, which were approved as part of the fiscal year 2023 budget process. So officers in Raleigh Fire and the ECC will receive an incentive of $330 if they have an associate's degree. Should they happen to have a bachelor's degree or higher, they will receive a $660 educational incentive as a mid-year adjustment. And in fiscal year 25, the city will pay these employees the full year benefit. So moving on, speaking of Raleigh Fire, and to address the department's challenge of having low reserve apparatus, staff is recommending procuring an additional engine and ladder apparatus to avoid the immediate risks of having zero reserves, while also working to adjust the long-term replacement schedules to obtain newer vehicles for the department. So this should actually allow the fire department to place some of its oldest apparatus on reserve status until sufficient reserves are procured for these apparatus to be fully retired. Staff is recommending that Council approve general capital reserves in the amount of $2.5 million. That's $1.5 million for the ladder apparatus and $1 million for the engine. In addition, and then we'll obviously keep working with the Raleigh Fire Department to continue to procure those apparatus that are currently scheduled for purchase in the current fiscal year as well. So those were some of our big ticket items. But last but not least, staff is also recommending 3 further recommendations as part of our capital reserves for a total of $2.55 million. The first is $1.2 million from general capital reserves for the replacement and upgrade of failing fuel sites around the city of Raleigh. This also includes updates to our older and still functional sites and a new fuel management software system in the amount of a total of $1.2 million. And again, this will address the age, the condition, and the technology of our fuel sites around the city of Raleigh. We are also recommending setting aside $1 million in general capital reserves to provide residents an opportunity to provide direct feedback into the fiscal year 25 budget process through a participatory budgeting pilot exercise. I'm sure you are all familiar with this. So should Council approve the $1 million, these reserves will actually be appropriated as part of the fiscal year 25 capital budget process. However, we do need your approval today to appropriate them later on. And finally, to further assist Raleigh residents in crises, staff is recommending that general capital reserves be appropriated for alternative response implementation planning in the amount of $350,000. The city manager spoke to this, so this Michelle Mellette, Taisha, and our partners in Acorns and Raleigh PD. So the goal of this assessment would be to conduct robust community engagement around additional resources the city of Raleigh will need to respond to those experiencing mental health distress, homelessness, substance abuse disorders. We recognize that at present, Acorns program has been established to fulfill this need. However, further resources for our community are needed, and the hope is that this assessment will help us get there. So in summation, our staff recommendations for the fiscal year 2023 general capital reserves in the amount of $33.05 million address strategic investments in affordable housing, infrastructure investments around the city, employee incentives to include one-time bonuses for our regular full-time, permanent part-time, as well as our temporary employees in the city of Raleigh for a total of over 3,700 employees in the city. We are also asking for approval to set aside general capital reserves for some community engagement needs as well, and in response to our alternative response implementation planning process as well, along with some RFD apparatus needs and upgrades to our city's fuel system. So my ask is that City Council please approve employee bonuses as presented and direct staff to administratively make appropriate budget transfers for payment for those one-time bonuses on November 22nd and for the educational incentives for Raleigh Fire and the ECC for December 22nd, and to also approve other capital reserve recommendations that were presented by staff today. So that concludes my presentation this afternoon, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Harrison.
Well, I'm very excited that we have these excess funds. It really makes us able to do very important things, like the ladder truck. So just a couple questions. I'm curious on the investments in swing. So in particular, what kind of public benefits can we expect from such a facility? I do want to recognize that they were in, I'd say, kind of the running for our tourism dollars, and we had some other very big investments that were made in other parts of the city. So I understand the need across the city for these kinds of recreation centers, but I just, again, want to understand the public piece of this, given that it will be a private facility.
Yes. So initially, and Stephen Bentley, if you're in the room, you can help out, there will be some park amenities, some static recreation opportunities, as well as some membership opportunities as well. One of the commitments of Swing to this development is that each year there's a community give back, and obviously that won't happen until the development is built out. However, that is a commitment that they've made to us. Anything else?
Yeah, I would say right from the start. So when the facility opens, the city will receive an annual rent payment. This is based off the current agreement. We will renegotiate it, but we'll receive a rent payment of $275,000 with a 3% annual escalation. So that's a rent payment. In addition to that, Swing has agreed to commit to scholarships for different basically to promote tennis in our park system, as well as to hire some of our summer youth. I believe Madam Manager was talking about, this is open to the public. So there will be approximately 2 miles of trails, an amphitheater, free events. So you can walk around, you can jog, you can bring your dog, and they will have a play area. So there are public amenities which you don't have to pay for. You pay to play, similar to our programs. So you pay to play tennis in Raleigh Parks unless someone's not using the court and it's not rented. So a very similar model, but overall it's free and open to the public to use.
And can you just confirm to me the accountability on how our dollars would be used and just kind of that process of ensuring the public benefits?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we'll work out in this amended agreement. How will the $10 million be invested into this infrastructure? So, I mean, off the bat, the things that I just discussed, we want them to make sure that at first, the public amenities that you can come and use without any payment, they need to be built first. But that's what we'll bring back to you. And then you ultimately have the approval with that contract amendment. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then one other question regarding the planning study for the alternative response program. Just curious the timing of that and how that will kind of interact with the community engagement that's planned.
That will go hand in hand. So part of that is for any expenses that we will assume as part of that community engagement process. In addition to that, any staff that would be hired initially once that engagement process is completed to kind of build the framework of whatever our unit will ultimately look like. And any other expenses that community engagement or the study group would incur as part of the development of this unit.
Okay. And so is
So
the
some seed money to get them started, yes.
It would be done within the next, like, less than 6 months, or is there going to be a longer period?
We probably won't spend it all within 6 months, but we wanted to make sure that, like, say, for example, if there are opportunities for engagement that would require daycare, that we would be able to support and pay for that without it coming out of another department's budget, as well as we we know that when you provide refreshments, people come often. So some of those kind of things will be paid for, as well as any type of facilitated effort that either staff will use as part of the development of this unit, any type of marketing, communications that we would have to pay for outside of our free that we do in-house, all of that. So we wanted to kind of set them up for success by giving them some seed money to get started. When we come back in the spring, we will have an ask through the budget process of staff, how many staff it will take to kind of get it up and running, and that will be informed by what we get through the community feedback.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Patton?
Hi, thanks for being here. I'm super excited to invest in some of the things that we know are our top priorities. I'm excited to buy the Cargill site so we can invest in affordable housing. I'm excited to invest in our employees, and then I feel like I've been up here talking about fire service needs for a long time, and it's super cool to see something actually very tangible come out of this. To bring it to like a human scale, this feels a little bit similar to maybe getting a tax return back. When I file my taxes, I might get a tax return back, and that's sort of like play money, right? But $34 million is a lot of money. And so can you speak to any, or maybe this is for Allison, how we might fine tune some of our projections so that we aren't, as much as it's fun to kind of get this play money, how we might be a little bit more precise going forward?
Sure. I can speak to the expense side, and then I'd be happy to have our CFO speak to the revenue side. So we do understand, and this is a conversation that our new HR director, Charnel Jones, Marshall, our city manager, and myself have had conversations about, which is that we end the year with a lot of lapsed salaries. So how can we look at those further? We've had some positions in the city that have been vacant for quite a few years. So let's do a deep dive, and that's what we intend to do as part of this upcoming budget process, to really look how we can shift those vacant positions to operational needs that the city needs. You're all aware I've been saying these two words, competing priorities, since I started. So hopefully that'll fulfill some of our needs moving forward as the city grows. So that's one way to ensure that we keep a tighter look at our expenses. And I'll hand it over to our CFO to talk about revenues.
Yeah, thank you. Allison Bradshaw again with the Finance Department. Great question, and certainly one that I can appreciate. If you think back to the last chart that I showed over that 10-year window, there really have been some ups and downs. I definitely would say in the last several years, especially with sales tax and the amount of development activity that's been happening here in the city of Raleigh, those projections have just been well exceeding the expectations. So what are we going to do going forward? Certainly we're going to work closer with Budget and Management Services. We're going to work with the city manager and her office just to make sure that as we assess risk, especially around some of the economics that we've been hearing about, quite frankly, for some time, that there is this pending recession that's coming that simply hasn't happened yet. So we will be very concentrated in thinking about how we assess that going forward, just with the timing of data that we have specifically around those kind of couple of revenues. Otherwise, we generally hit the target really well. Those are the ones that just have those larger economic factors at play. So I hope that answered your question.
Helpful, thank you. And then for Madam City Manager, it sounds, so we've got this like $1.3 million left for council priorities. I'm assuming what you'll want from us is some brainstorming right now, and then you'll bring something back to us based on those brainstorms for that last $1 million. Is that how that will go?
So you have two options. You can just say you guys take it, and that would be the springboard for FY25 deliberations as we start to get started for the next year's budget process. Or you guys can, not today brainstorm, but come back to us with a list of things that are important for you all that you would like for us to be able to fund out of that 1.35. So we don't expect you to have a decision today. That's just kind of what is left, and we try to leave you all a little bit of play money as well to kind of address some of the priorities that you have that you probably would not pay for out of council contingency, because we try to keep a tight rein on that one.
Could we either maybe talk about this at the retreat is one option when we're talking about budget?
Gives us time.
Might be the appropriate time to do that, or could we set maybe make it a either work session topic or a just a meeting topic.
Sure, totally up to you guys. Or we could do a survey and you all send it back to us and we kind of price it out and then bring you back a complete tally and then you prioritize what you want to fund. And we could do that relatively quick.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I appreciate the survey idea just to get us talking ahead of time and then to have some kind of work session or go through it at the retreat. I'm just going to throw out the home rehabilitation program because I saw that we had a big demand for it and not enough funds there. There may be other ways to fund that, and I think that's the other question to me is we may have a wish list, but there may be other places where we can find those monies. So I just want to also extend the creative powers to your all's team to let us know when there's other places we can find those funds.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, around housing as well, there may be some opportunities to look at. But I was gonna, if no one else had anything else, let's go ahead and authorize this so we could move to the next topic.
I am totally good. My employees are going to be happy once you all make the decision.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I move to authorize the budget amendment as detailed in the agenda materials to the appropriate funding of various general fund items for the fiscal year 2023 excess general capital reserves.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And then if we could do a survey, and then
For the reminder.
have a discussion follow up on that. That would be great.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I'm really excited about in that recommendation and ultimate approval that you all just granted us is that we were able to do something for our part-time employees. Typically, based on how they're set up in our system, they don't get the same level of benefit. But when we realized that we had that much excess, I thought it was only appropriate that we acknowledge the part-time people that do part-time work that keeps us going as well. So really excited about that. Two other quick items. First, we just completed our recruitment for the city's new customer experience manager role.
Let's pay attention, please.
Let me start over. We just completed our recruitment for the city's new experience manager role. That individual will help us design and implement a customer relationship management system to make service requests more convenient and efficient, as well as plan for a consolidated public service area in our new civic tower, and lastly, build capacity for service excellence across our organization. It is an important job. We've taken a very long time to get this right. The bar has been set very high, and as we completed those recruiting efforts, we were impressed with several candidates. However, I am really thrilled to introduce our new customer experience manager, Karen Ray. She is no stranger to customer service or this organization. She has done great work, and in the essence of time, I won't read all of this stuff that I have, but we will post it on CoreCon. But Karen, you can come on up. And so Pat, don't shoot daggers over here at me too far, but really Karen will take us to the next step. That has also been a priority of several council members in the way of trying to replace the antiquated see-click fix that doesn't work, and really our commitment and dedication to customer service and to our community.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited about this opportunity. I'm happy to be behind the scenes, so I appreciate you having me up here today, and I'm really so excited to start this.
Karen, I am thrilled, except
I know.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we going to do without you? Oh, my, congratulations. You
Thank
are
you.
amazing, and I know you're going to take this to a whole new level.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome.
She will assume this new position mid-January. So we've got some transition period in there where there will be some overlap, and she is fully committed to making sure that her previous unit stays completely functional and continue to do the work. But again, really happy to meet that council priority to make sure that customer service remains at the forefront of who we are. Lastly, as a point of personal privilege and professional privilege, to me, accountability and leadership go hand in hand. And so while we are fully committed to doing great work all the time, we don't always hit the mark. We're human. We make mistakes. And I'm a firm believer that you own your mistakes when you make them, and you create opportunities so that you don't repeat them continuously. So as you are aware, there has been much recent public discussion regarding the way in which we as an organization have handled the permitting of parades. While I acknowledge that some mistakes have occurred in our processes and in our communication, please be assured that all of our actions related to these events have been and will continue to be motivated by our desire to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of those that attend or take part in them. We are joined by a growing list of cities across the state that are also making similar steps to make sure that their communities are safe as well. Over the course of the last year, staff has taken steps to advance our efforts to ensure that parades occur in the safest manner possible and in a way that enables the city to fulfill its fiduciary responsibilities, which is one of the things that, as Allison Bradsher just mentioned, that we take very seriously. As we continue to evaluate our processes and procedures, it is clear that there is more work to do. This work will involve a thorough evaluation of all of our processes from the point of initial application to the actual day of the event. We will also seek out best practices from organizers of some of the largest, most complex parades across the country. As we undertake this work in partnership with the City Attorney's Office, we will momentarily pause the acceptance of any new parade permit applications, and we will engage with our event organizers so that we can all get on the same page moving forward. Our ambitious goal is to have the necessary guidelines in place early next year so that we can resume the parade season starting with the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I look forward to this work and to resuming parades in a normal, fun, and safe fashion next year. I'd like to thank our staff in special events, as well as members in the city manager's office, as well as the city attorney's office. We were in a trial by fire over the last several months, but at the end of the day, we will always keep our community's well-being, our community's safety, and our fiduciary responsibilities at the core of who we are as an organization. And as your city manager, that is a firm commitment from me. So as I mentioned, accountability and leadership go hand in hand. You don't just get the praises when things go well. We own it when it doesn't go right. We fix it and we come out bigger and better next year. And I'm looking forward to our parade season in 2024. And to my council, thank you all for your patience and your support. I know it was tough for you guys as well, but know that we were trying to do right by this community and trying to do right by you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, Madam City
Appreciate that.
Manager, it's like an honor to hear that accountability, but also the accountability lies with us too, you know, and so we've got your back. Like we're all here in it together with you. So
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you elevating that discussion and kind of talking about next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that's it for me.
That's it?
Yes.
Wow. All right, next we have the report and recommendation of the Appearance Commission. That was a lot there.
It was.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Evans. I'm a planner in our Planning and Development Department, and I serve as staff liaison to the Appearance Commission. And I'm here to welcome and introduce the Appearance Commission chairperson, Adam Walters. Adam has served as the chair of the Appearance Commission since early this year, and he is here this afternoon to present their 2022 annual report and their current work plan. Thanks.
Welcome, Adam. Good to see you
Hi.
again. And Sir Walter Raleigh Awards were great. So.
Oh, great. I'm so glad that you were there. We had a great time.
Yep.
So, good afternoon, council members and mayor. I'm here for what should be a quick update. I know you all have seen a lot today, so I'll try and make this quick. What I'm going to talk about is technically within our 2022 realm, but really is all applicable to now, 2023. Let's see here. I imagine you all know generally what we do, but I think that this kind of word diagram helps capture the three different distinct buckets of what we do. We review, we promote, and we advise. I'll use this structure to go through some slides today to talk about the past year. I'm mostly going to focus on review and promote. As we start looking at our review category, you can take a look at this map and see that although we work all over the city, we have a distinct concentration of our cases that happen in the urban core. You can see a few remaining administrative alternates that were a part of our previous scope. We did 4 administrative alternate cases in 2022. Those are our last administrative alternate cases, and now we are wholly working as a quasi-judicial review board for design alternates. In 2022, we did 38 cases in 2022, and one interesting trend is that of those 38 cases, we had 120 design alternates. So I think historically, cases and requests were kind of more on par, 1 for 1 or 1 to 2. A trend is certainly to have a lot more requests with each case. And I can talk about why, but it will tie to some of these trends. So if we look at some of the trends in our design alternates, they all have a kind of through line that you'll see. This is an example of one of our transparency cases. We've seen a lot of cases with big, tall buildings, and the transparency for those buildings is often clustered to the activated places on the streetscape. And then we'll see big sections of back of house area with mechanical and loading docks that really don't meet transparency requirements. So that's why we're seeing those. Similarly, with big tall buildings, in the downtown core, our driveway spacing regulatory requirements generally work in more of the suburban areas, but in our downtown core, for these buildings, driveway spacing is often difficult. And so we see applicants coming and requesting alternates for driveway spacing. Along the same lines, step backs and setbacks, we have been seeing a lot of requests. Step backs are related to how the upper portion of the building relates to the ground floor, and setbacks are how the entire building relates to the right-of-way line. And then finally, we've seen an uptick in vehicle entering and exiting in a forward motion cases similarly related. I think it's generally waste management, move in and move out of vehicles, and into the loading docks of big, tall buildings. So all of these trends are related to what you can see in this graphic here from Downtown Raleigh Alliance. We've got blue and yellow. Many of these buildings in blue and yellow are cases that we've seen. And if you look at the renderings in red, that's coming for us. And we are here and ready to tackle that, but see that this is going to be a big part of the review load for us. So one of my favorite parts of being on the Appearance Commission is the legacy projects that we are able to engage in. And this, in 2022, I would say this is probably our biggest legacy project year. We got to support 2 legacy projects and one really big one where we were able to fund a graduate landscape architecture student at NC State to spend an entire year studying the Midtown waterfront area. And he did a great job. He worked with staff from several departments and brought a lot of energy to this idea. And there continues to be momentum within several of the departments in the city to move this forward. The other project that we funded was Placemaking Raleigh. That's Tina Covan's nonprofit, where she is focused on activating the different communities across the city to celebrate, remember, connect, So she's done a great job, and we are happy to have been able to support that. And then I would say that probably the biggest thing we do to promote good design throughout the city are the Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. In 2022, we actually got to host 2 Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. Because of COVID, we had delayed the 2021. But I think this is a premier opportunity for the city to, 1, spotlight good design that's happening, and 2, continue to build and foster community of professionals that are involved in this. It's a special thing for the Appearance Commission, and we are certainly appreciate your support and your involvement in it. One thing I wanted to mention, we did notice the streetscape text change that you all authorized on October 17th. We noticed that you all talked about the Appearance Commission in that, and we are happy to be a part of that. And look forward to seeing what comes out of the recommendations that you made. Last thing I wanted to touch on was something that we've spent a good bit of time this year considering on the commission. For years, I think that many of the commission members have felt that our name obfuscates what we do, especially with our newer quasi-judicial role. I think that we have noticed that members of the public don't always know exactly what we're doing and what we're about, and I think part of that is our name. So we assigned a committee, we did a study and looked at precedent from across the country about similar commissions and their names, and we did a survey, anonymous survey with the commission members, and really narrowed down what the value is of changing our name. And I think that there was a lot of consensus around including the word design in our commission name. I think that the kind of winning name from the commission that we are bringing to you all is Design Review Commission, because it really clearly states exactly what the main thing that we do is. I would say the runner-up was Commission on Design or Design Commission, which is kind of a little more generic, but we wanted to make a real effort to help the public understand what it is that we do in a really clear and concise way. And we'd love your support in our name change. And just one note about this name change, it doesn't legally change anything about the state law that empowers the Appearance Commission. We're not proposing any change to what we do or how we do it. We really just want to be known with a different name that represents what we do. So love your support in that, and I'm happy to take any questions you all may have.
Hey, any questions?
No questions. I'm the liaison, so Adam and I and some others had this conversation about the name change a while back, because we'd have people who would apply and they would think it's about painting and art and all plants and all this other kind of stuff, and it has nothing to do with that at all. So glad y'all actually came up with something that's probably more reflective of what you do as a body. So congratulations on being able to work through that.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the work plan and name change, and well, I guess from the city, do we have to confirm it through the city attorney's office? Is that a question
Patrick's here, so.
Yeah, I'll be happy to address that, Councilmember. We certainly, as staff, support the name change for the reasons that were stated. Based on consultation with the clerk's office, we understand that's part of city code, so there would have to be an ordinance change. We'll bring that back to you in the coming meetings.
So I will make a motion to approve the work plan today, and then we'll deal with the name change once we get the appropriate.
Yeah, I think if the staff can just be directed to work on that, that's great.
And second, also thank you, Adam, for your leadership with the Design Review Committee.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next is the report and recommendation of the Fair Housing Hearing Board.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm Martina Hamilton. I am with the Department of Equity and Inclusion. It is my pleasure to introduce Tolu Adole, who will be talking about the Fair Housing Hearing Board amendments.
Good afternoon. My name is Tolu Adewale. I am the Vice Chair of the Fair Housing Hearing Board. I am here on behalf of the board to present a proposed amendment to our bylaws. The Fair Housing Hearing Board, as you see, works to improve public awareness of the city's fair housing ordinance, which prohibits various types of discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, family status, disability, national origin, or sex. And we seek your approval to revise the portion of our bylaws which currently requires us to meet at lunchtime in the very middle of the week. And so we're seeking permission to strike the portion that says that we are required to meet from 12:30 until 2 p.m. on the third Wednesday of every month. Every other portion of this section would remain the same unless there were a separate proposal to revise. And this would help us to achieve quorum more consistently, work effectively on our board's various requirements and goals, and to make the meetings more accessible to the community. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about this motion.
Councilmember Fort.
I'm your liaison too, and I know that you've been struggling with quorum, so fully support the change. Do you have a proposed time that y'all would meet, or?
Thank you. The time would be flexible. It would be announced in advance. I think it'd be announced certainly the days before the meeting. It would still be on the third Wednesday, but the exact time would be announced on the website. And as of last Friday, we do have an additional method for public comment, which is for people to comment by phone. So taken together, this will make it a lot easier for people to participate in public comment to the board.
Okay. Looking at the city attorney, do they have to have a specific time?
They do need a specific time, but I think what their interest is, and I agree, is to take that time out of their bylaws so that they can identify a time, then pursuant to the public open meetings law, they would certainly have to publish that and have that on the website and other places. But taking it out of the bylaws would help with this whole, as I understand it, quorum issue, that type of thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion unless there are other questions. So I move to accept the change of removing the specific time out of the bylaws.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board.
Hello, my name is Kara Strang. I'm a member of the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, and I'm here today to ask the council to accept our board's recommendation for the situation assessments and the membership for the joint community advisory groups for John Chavis South Park Heritage Walk and the John P. Top Green Center membership. We are very excited about these projects. I'm going to let Michael get into the details, but we are eager and excited to get started, so we hope you will accept our recommendations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Atkinson, Engineer Supervisor with Raleigh Parks and the Planning and Development Division. And I'm just, as Kara stated, just give you a high-level overview of the community engagement process that staff did to ensure interest into the residents serving on the Joint Community Advisory Group. And we're going to talk a little bit about the 3 projects and some of the design considerations for, well, not design considerations, the construction plans from the master plans that derive from the master plans that helped inform these projects, and some of the community profile analysis, and then the recommendations of the joint community advisory groups and some next steps. And for John Chavis Memorial Park, it is suggested that the new aquatic center will incorporate an indoor and outdoor facility that will incorporate recreation, leisure, wellness, competition, and lap lanes. And it will also have Heritage Plaza and historical interpretive displays that will be in conjunction with the South Park Heritage Walk project that is taking place. And then the John P. Top Green will have some community center expansion and some renovations on the outside as well too. And on this slide here, you will see some of the demographics that we did from a 5-minute drive and a 10-minute walk. And it was taken into Chavis Community community. And so for the 5-minute drive demographic, it encompassed a total population of 23,445. And you will see that it's a heavy middle-age group demographic between the 30 to the 40 age range group, and that is due to the colleges that are there in the location. And you will also see that some of the equitable variables, the 2023 households with one person with a disability in this community in the 5-minute drive radius is 25% compared to the city's average of 18%. And as you would see in the 10-minute walk demographic, it truncated the population demographic down to 6,483. And again, you will see that it's a large middle-aged population between 20 and 35 that live in that area. And also the demographic of the households with a disability is still around a 21% facility. And we have been in process of getting a community engagement facilitator that will help lead the engagement process of the Joint Community Advisory Group. And the level of participation for these 3 projects is collaborate. And this will help emphasize partnership with the community members in the city and leading in some of the decision-making control that is delegated by the community. And so that facilitator will lead those efforts and streamlining the community advisory group and helping making those decisions for the design team. And this is some of the outreach that we did. We did signage in both English and in Spanish, and we had submitted those to all of the community centers within the Southeast Raleigh Community Center, minus Tarboro, because Tarboro has its own process with a community advisory group. We solicited on project websites, social media, even through the Raleigh Parks Weekly digital newsletter. And we have reached out to some of the community groups, some offered by Mayor Pro Tem as well too. And so these are some of the outreach that we did, and we also knocked on doors in the community as well. And our selection panel comprised of some of the boards and the commissioners that help select these applicants from the applications. We have Kara Strang and Jeff Havner from the PRGAB, Derek Ham from the Arts Commission and Public Arts Design Board, Wanda Cox-Bailey from the Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board, and Carmen Cawthon and Tim Simon from the Community Engagement Board. And these are the selected and proposed Joint Community Advisory Group members, and we will also have some board representation on the Community Advisory Group that will help with those facilitations and streamlining the process. And I also have some demographic of those applicants. As you will see, everyone that is recommended for this membership, they hold at least a bachelor's degree or some graduate level professional degree. It is mainly comprised of women. We did not get a lot of men participation, which is okay. But and then the age demographic is from heavily in the 24 to 54 age range on this group, with a smaller percentage of those over 55. And it is a diverse group. We have one Asian and Hawaiian descent. We have at least 3 or 4 Caucasians, and we have at least 3 blacks, and we have the other that did not choose to disclose. And some next steps, we are in contract negotiations with the engagement facilitator, so we hope to have that contract executed by the end of this month, early next month, and then we will jump into early January with some of the community engagement and joint CAG kickoff, and then the designer consultant from Engineering Services Department will be presenting those contracts from those designers in January, and then later February will be the construction manager at risk because Chavis is using the CMAR construction delivery to help with the project and with the timeline of the deadline. And then we will also be presenting the schematic design to the PRGAB and as well as to council. And so those are some of the next steps. And that's the end of my presentation and open it up for questions.
Okay, do we have questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
No question. Just want to say thank you for your work. I know the community has been very involved. Plenty of emails that have gone around to move this forward. And at the appropriate time, if there are no other questions, I move for approval.
I have just one question. Hi, less for you about this specific CAG and more process oriented. As I understand it, some CAGs will not be coming before the council, and I am interested to understand why this one and not the other ones.
Well, for one, and I know Stevie can add additional context, but I'll take a stab if you'd like me to, or you want to. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Councilmember Patton, good question. I actually had a question from a community member the other day. I distill it down in basically two areas: context and complexity. This is 3 projects, not one. The scope of the projects span from downtown through businesses, through neighborhoods, and have multiple parks. Moving into complexity, it involves right-of-way work between parks, public art. So overall, the projects are much more complex. And then the other is this is $67 million of the parks bond being invested. So we thought the council would want to weigh in on the selection of this group.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, motion is on the table. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, next we have matters scheduled for public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone 2 parcels on the north side of Trawick Road. As you recall, you last discussed this on October 17th. Since that meeting, the applicant has returned and submitted 3 additional zoning conditions that bring the request into consistency with a future land use map. So just to summarize those changes, the first condition was to provide cross-access between the parcels. That condition remains the same. The next 3 are new. So the second condition requires all structures to have a sloped roof. There was a slight change between the draft conditions that were submitted that were published with the agenda and then the final signed conditions. The applicant added a minimum standard specifying the minimum slope requirement as in response to staff feedback. So that's the change there. And the condition is word for word on the slide here. And then the third condition is that new structures must be set back at least 10 feet from the property line abutting 3304 and 3308 Kivett Circle. And that's currently the rear property line of the subject parcel. And then the fourth condition is it prohibits the apartment building type. And then just wanted to show you an illustration of condition number 2, just to give you a sense of what that actually means. There's an illustration of what that 3 to 4 rise over run slope would look like. It's about 14 degrees. I'm happy to take any questions. I know the applicant is also here, but those are the changes there.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Let's see. We have people signed up in support. I have Kerwin Pittman signed up in opposition, but I don't see him here.
Yeah, he left.
So, all right, well, I will open the hearing then.
So thank you again, Sarah. And since we had a very long meeting today, I'll try to be very brief. We have added those 3 conditions as a result of hearing feedback from you all, hearing that you want a little bit more clarity about what would potentially be developed at this site, as well as a concern for making sure whatever's developed here has some consistency with design with what is around. So I also wanted to highlight something I didn't highlight at the previous public hearing. At that intersection, you have a townhome development on the southeast side of the intersection, which is relatively the same acreage as ours. And it's also R10 zoning, which is the zoning that we are seeking. So I think that townhome development, which is called Herndon Oaks, gives you a good sense of what will probably go at our site. By my count, there's about 18 townhomes there. So I don't know if it'll be exactly that number at our site, but I think that can give you a sense of the number of units that would be developed here. And again, we have crafted these conditions with a hope to provide you all with some greater clarity, and I'm very excited to hear that the planning department has found that this is in greater consistency with the future land use map because of these conditions. So again, that's my presentation. I'm open for any questions that you have.
Okay, do we have any questions of the applicant? Okay, then I am going to close the hearing.
Yeah,
Tim?
Madam Mayor, this is in my district now with the redrawings of maps and everything, and I want to thank the applicant for your work. I know this area well. I drive up and down it at least twice a month, if not more. With all being said and the work and with the changes that were made, thank you for that. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated November 7th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was Council Members Jones and Black opposed. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Next, we have a report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
Committee's reporting out one item. The committee's reporting out item 2203, generator music, with recommendation that the city's Office of Strategy and Innovation and the Raleigh Arts and Cultural Services Division work together to examine potential options to partner and support the program. And so I would just ask for a motion to uphold the committee's recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Am I doing
Aye.
it? Aye. Okay. We got one item still pending, which is the Economic Development Roundtable with our HBCUs. I was not at the meeting where this was discussed, but my understanding is some more work needs to be done. I don't think that'll be ready for a meeting this month, so we will not meet, I guess, again until January.
Okay, thank you. Report and recommendation of growth and natural resources.
2 items to report out. We did discuss a citizen-initiated text change proposing modifications to the NCOD for the Mordecai neighborhood. The committee approved unanimously 4-0 the recommendation that the full council initiate the text change. The second item, we reviewed the Capital Area Greenway Master Plan. Saw what are some of the opportunities to come for improvements, and I would request that we review also the bicycle and pedestrian plan for the city. I think that wouldn't occur though until at least 2024, maybe our January meeting. It could also go in the Transportation Committee meeting. So I'm flexible there. Mayor Pro Tem, you got a feeling?
I think, it is around bikes, and I was going to mention this later during council concerns. There's a street near Conn Elementary that we've received a lot of emails about. I know it was an item that was pulled from the agenda that I think needs to be discussed. So I am open to have it in Transportation Committee in January.
That sounds good. Let's do that. And the only other topic we still have at the end of this month in GNR is Green Growth Toolbox to get a little more specific about some tools that we can employ here.
Okay, do we need motions?
For the first one.
Yeah, I will make a motion to move forward on the text change for the NCOD in the Mordecai neighborhood.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Melton and Baldwin opposed. Second one? The Greenway Master Plan, we need
Motion to,
no recommendation.
for no recommendation?
Okay.
Motion put forth?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, thank you. All right, you already talked about your pending items. Oh, no, do you plan on having a meeting in November? Yeah. Okay, and that date would be?
November 28th at 4 p.m., and that'll be about the green growth toolbox, and well, just more tools that we can employ.
Okay, we have the public safety issue and Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, and there was not consensus on moving that out. So we have one issue in particular on Fair Free that is, there's a timing issue there. So I'm just going to say this. Staff has told me that they will not be ready for a meeting in November. So this probably won't come to us until January, which causes some issues with the Fair Free service. So that could be problematic. Mayor Pro Tem.
Ask a question, because I do know from conversations with staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, from the time the council authorizes looking at fairs, you need about 6 months? Okay, so 6 months. So that means we would need to make a decision in January at the latest, from what I'm hearing. So if that's the case, then, and you're not all aren't meeting, then maybe this needs to come out and move forward for a full council discussion.
Councilmember Melton.
A couple things, because Fair Free has been something that I have advocated for the last several years. And obviously our fiscal year starts July 1, and the current Fair Free program runs through June 30th. And so we are going to have to make a decision on what happens with fairs by July 1. I have also heard recently that there have been, I think, unintended consequences of continuing Fair Free, at least right now, which is why we're having the discussion as part of the greater public safety discussion. I still believe in the Fair Free policies of increasing ridership, reducing barriers to transit, and also providing relief to our cost-burdened residents. What I would be interested in seeing is how we can still accomplish those goals with reintroducing some structure into our fare system. And so I would be interested in seeing if staff could bring to us opportunities to reintroduce some structure to address some safety issues while also accomplishing the policy goals of fare-free transit that I still believe in very much. And those things could be technology to where folks who can afford to ride the bus don't have to carry exact change, and then also a new maybe fare-free program that folks who are cost-burdened can apply for. But I think some structure in the system could be helpful. But I don't want to wait. Well, I don't want to reinstitute fares until we have a system in place to address these equity and policy issues. That's one. And two, I'm afraid if we wait too long for staff to bring us the options, that we're not going to be able to act on it by July 1 when the budget hits. So I would be in favor of letting staff take this issue now to actually work on it to bring to us so that we could have a holistic discussion on this.
Yeah, just to clarify too, at our committee meeting, staff did a very high-level discussion on technology and the use of technology and how that could be employed, but also gave an overview of the accessibility programs that they've used in the past. So there's a high level there, but we haven't gotten into the nitty-gritty yet. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, so at our committee meeting, we had put forth a directive to staff that we'd like to take all the strategies that have been brainstormed surrounding downtown safety, brought to us on a slide, and we could report out, the options that resonate with the majority of the committee So it was my understanding that we'd meet in November to push this out of committee, and so thus it's only a few weeks away. I hadn't heard that staff would not be ready. I wonder, maybe Mr. Raleigh, if you could tell us how much time exactly is needed, and
Actually, he said this at the meeting. So, and that was one of the concerns. He said he does not believe that staff could be ready with all of that for that meeting.
Yes, I can speak to that. And good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. So yes, the mayor's recall is correct. This was one of a number of things that we talked about, and I did have concerns, and I think continue to have concerns about the timing of being able to bring not just a fair conversation around Fair Free, but some of those other global conversations. If you recall, we also discussed, I'll call them alternative response frameworks for patrols in the downtown, in the transit center, and other places. So it wasn't specifically that, but the combination of all those things, recognizing that you all wanted to have a comprehensive conversation about all of it in totality, we just needs some additional time to be able to bring that back as a package. But if there's a desire to eliminate this one, that may change. But I think, yeah, certainly as we left the table at committee, I had a fair sense that we wouldn't be able to bring all that back just in a couple weeks' time.
okay, how much time do you need?
At this point, January is much more realistic. Just looking at the meeting schedule, recognizing there's nothing in December, that would be obviously the next opportunity, and certainly would give us time to bring everything back again if the desire is to bring it as a package.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So just so everyone's aware, I know the Raleigh Transit Authority supports us bringing back fares. I know when we talk about this, fares was added to the safety conversation, but I think it's a piece of it, but not the holistic piece. I think fares give staff a better control of the overall system. Speaking to Councilor Milton's comments about the technology and tools, they were ready. They're still paying a service fee for, where you can go and use your phone and cover that. So in case you don't have exact change and things of that nature. And then also, I believe in conversations, even conversations we've had at Go Triangle and working with our partners in the community and how do we deal with some of our challenges on the buses, that is happening. That is occurring. Go Raleigh is involved in that. So I think if we can move this part at least forward for that conversation, it's still going to come back to us,
Right.
as a council before it's fully implemented. But I think pulling it out, letting staff start and work and move forward on the process will help us overall as a city holistically, again, where we can start moving us on things instead of constantly waiting.
Mhm. At our last Go Triangle meeting, one of the things they asked was that communities start having this discussion, and so we can coordinate, because one thing you don't want to have is regional transit where people are paying and other people aren't and whatnot. That just creates confusion. So they want to be able to coordinate as well.
So if y'all still have that part in your committee, then I would move that we pull the Fare Free initiative out of committee, bring it back to council, and direct staff to start the conversation and bring materials back about implementing fares.
Do we have a second?
I'll second letting staff work on it. I do want to be clear, though, that I want to see policies and programs in place that can achieve our fare-free goals, just maybe in a slightly different way. And so before I would ever be in a position to vote to reinstate fares, I want to see what we can do to still accomplish the goals. And so I will second that so that staff can start working on it and bring it to us so that we can do this before July 1, because we know this clock's ticking. We've known since last July. And so, second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's council members Jones, Black, and Patton. Motion passes 5-3. Next, we have transportation and transit.
So we had two items that were presented before us, rezoning Z9422 Creedmoor Road, as well as Six Forks Road improvement. We just received these for information. There are no actionable items, so I just moved to report these both back out with no action taken, and then notes and minutes from those meetings be given to the appropriate departments to move forward.
Do you have a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Yes.
We do have one more item, the New Bern Avenue Corridor Community Supportive Projects and Programs. We will meet November the 30th here in the City Council chamber.
Okay, question?
Yeah, I just have one item for Transportation Committee, at least consideration, and I'm not sure when, but the railroad quiet zone is something that has been, talked about. We had some, I think, minor conversation here at the council table about, and I really think it requires a little bit more understanding, definitely for myself and perhaps for other members of council. There have been several managers' reports that have, detailed how much money it would cost to do a study to look at this. This is for downtown. There's a lot of potential changes coming to the train lines, and they can obviously, affect the quality of life for folks, whether it's the noise or potential road closures that are also associated. And so I would like to have some time in committee to better understand those issues with the transportation department. I'm open to a work session as well, if that's better, if the whole council wants to be part of it.
We've already provided some direction to Michael Moore, so I just want him to come up and kind of tell us where he's at.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hey, Michael.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Moore. I'm Assistant City Manager. We have done a number of reports. I think you've seen those in the past. We've shared those through the manager's updates around just what it would take us to do Railroad Quiet Zone. So Railroad Quiet Zone, for our listeners at home, basically are provision to provide extra safety at railroad crossings that would allow trains crossing through the crossings in all hours not to have to blow their horns. Basically, they do that as a way to warn drivers and pedestrians that a train is in the area and is about to cross that. So it's a safety issue on the behalf of the railroads and the motorists and pedestrians. Quiet zones put certain things into place that would alleviate the need to do that. It's extra safety really around those crossings, and has a number of opportunities there that through different ways that you can do that, and that's what a study helps sort of detail out, are what are those opportunities that you have. It's very context specific in that you have to look at things like driveways and things like that you're cutting off. We can do, happy to come and do any kind of work that you want to share that in a broader forum for the community. But we are doing some work to try to pull together some numbers that would, to see what we could do for that study in terms of a cost, and we hope to provide that to you here that you have for future budget considerations. But the study, last one we did was in 2012. It would require us to update that study to go forward, and I know that there's been some conversation in the community about, and it wouldn't take that much to update it, but I think given the context of that quarter, the S-line in particular, I think it will be a little bit more involved now that we've looked at it, and will give us an opportunity to do that work. So we're working on some numbers that we can share with you all now in the future.
Could we make that a work session item? Mm-hmm. I think that could be, would be of a lot of interest.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have report from mayor and council. Start with Councilmember Melton.
No report. Thank you.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, just a couple things from me. I have a community meeting on Thursday at 6 at Heyday Brewing off of 401. I also wanted to report, I wanted to mention to my colleagues, if you have not taken your retreat survey, please do so. We have been working behind the scenes to meet with each of you or talk to you on the phone about your hopes and dreams for the retreat ahead in January. I'll be meeting later in the week to work with staff on how we actually get those big ideas out of the ground, and I'll keep you all and the public abreast of how the retreat is coming to pass. But if you haven't done your survey yet, do it today. Also, good stuff from consent. I was really proud that we're helping Pastor Vance and his operation at St. John's MCC with their white flag and now drop-in shelter. Glad that we authorized RHA to the Raleigh Housing Authority to issue bonds so that they can pursue a finance stack to bring 180 more affordable units to Raleigh. Got a stop sign in my district at Clark's Fork and Big Sandy Drive. And we also, just for the public, haven't done this one during my tenure, but we set a public hearing for a tax increment grant, and that will be next time we meet on November 21st. November 21st, sorry. Yeah.
Councilmember Black?
Just a few things today. So I want to first start acknowledging National Native American Heritage Month, which is celebrated each November. And it's a time to celebrate traditions, languages, and the stories of Native American, Alaskan Native, Native Hawaiian, and island communities, and ensure their rich histories and contributions continue to thrive with each passing generation. I would like to acknowledge that Raleigh is on the occupied lands of the Occaneechi and Saponi tribes here in North Carolina. Additionally, I would like to thank everybody who came to my District 8 town hall meeting last month. We've had some really great conversations about the Mine Creek Bridge, as well as the some of the concerns that we're hearing about the Six Forks Corridor Plan. And in the same vein, I would like to say that we are planning another town hall meeting, but this time it's going to be a little bit different. I want to do more of a listening, actual time to communicate with the community about different things, and we would love your help in framing out what this meeting could look like as we have our different roundtables with different topics. So if you're watching this, please go to the links in my bios and any of my social media. I have linked a survey that I would love for everybody to take about what sort of things you would like to hear or talk about, and ways that you want to be in community during this meeting that we're going to have next month. We're still working with the park staff to figure out which location and day, but you'll hear from me again about that probably by the next time we have another council meeting. Lastly, I'm really interested in an African American Affairs Board, and I'm aware that this has been raised before. I would like to raise it again and ask staff to bring back a framework for what this would look like. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So just one thing, my November 18th District C meeting will have to be postponed due to a speaking engagement with our Lightners Y Achievers, which will be taking place that morning. Other than that, I have nothing else.
Councilmember Jones.
Okay, I just have a few things. My next District E community conversation is scheduled for Wednesday, November 8th, so tomorrow from 7 to 9 p.m. at Lakeland Community Center, so I hope to see you there. I want to talk next about gas-powered leaf blowers. I've met with residents and we've received many emails asking for the ban of gas-powered leaf blowers, and that's a difficult ask because many of our small business owners do not have the capabilities to buy electric blowers that will do the same amount of work and be cost effective. There's also the issue of enforcement of a ban that is not something that the city can promise at this moment. However, after further conversations with residents, I would like to begin to think about an incentive-based program similar to the one we just offered or just started with e-bikes. If we can help people switch out, we can begin to chip away at our emissions goals for reducing harmful emissions by 2050 from our climate action plan. I would formally like to ask staff to begin researching possibilities of an incentive program for electric leaf blowers to be discussed possibly at our retreat and worked on during our budget work session starting in February.
I think you have your first survey response. Really?
Yeah, we've already started.
Related to the funding.
Yeah, there it is. All right. Some awesome stuff. One of our consent agenda items was for a code amendment that will allow community gardens at Barwell Road Park. I want to thank Stephen Bentley along with Southeast CAC, led by Dr. Ulysses Lane, for their partnership and leadership in this space. I remember meeting with you both a few years ago, outlining how this community garden will help work towards the complete master plan for Barwell Road Park. And I just want to say thank you for your perseverance in figuring out how to make this happen for the community. So thank you. Shout out to Stephen and to Dr. Lane. And then another big shout out to our Raleigh Rainwater Rewards Program. It was also noted in our consent agenda that our efforts to incentivize rainwater collection on both residential and commercial properties is gaining buy-in from the community. We were able to transfer $100,000 to help continue to fund this program as demand increases. This is showing us where we need to prioritize the wants of the community as they are assisting us in making our city better. Thank you to the stormwater team as well as to the community at large. So thank you guys so much. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Fort.
Yes, I want to thank the Raleigh Chamber for hosting the New Bern Avenue BRT corridor meeting at Martin Street last week. It was very well attended by business owners as well as members of the community, a lot of city staff, RPD, and other folks who were there. Really good conversation. Community members had some interesting questions, and so I know there's going to be some follow-up. And I think Mayor Pro Tem and I both be on the same program on the 18th for the Light No Wire Achievers, so that'll be interesting.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to invite everyone to the Southwest Community Engagement Meeting. That is on Monday, November 13th at 7 p.m. It's virtual. They have invited the District D Neighborhood Alliance and anyone who wants to come to that meeting. Easy to attend from your home. We are going to have a presentation from the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance with a discussion about the proposal for the municipal service district. So this will be an opportunity before it comes to council to have some interaction and to ask questions and have discussion. We will not have the regular District D meeting on our Saturday, November 18th, because that is the Christmas parade. So hoping everyone can go there instead. I do want to make a proposal right now related to Jones Franklin Road. It came to my attention through a rezoning case that there is a proposal for this road to be 6 lanes, which I find to be serious overkill. And I asked transportation staff to check in with our friends at NCDOT and to see if they would support reduction of 6 lanes and look at a 4-lane avenue divided situation. This would allow for more green frontage, reduced impervious surface, and luckily, based on consultation, NCDOT agreed. They do not see that this area is going to need 6 lanes on Jones Franklin Road. And so what I would ask, my proposal is that staff pursue a comprehensive plan amendment to the street plan to designate Jones Franklin as an avenue 4-lane divided, as this one be in keeping with both Campo and DOT plans. So I'm going to put that out there right now.
Bynum's already shaking her head, so, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. So do we need a motion on that, City Attorney? Okay, motions, seconded, all in favor? Aye.
And just one more item. I do want to send just apologies, public apologies to our veterans. We were not able to have the parade per usual this year, but I am very much looking forward to consistent, timely guidelines that we are going to have in place for next year. I think that is on us as a council to make sure those are in place. And so I just want to ask Marshall, perhaps if we could hear back in January at some point about plans so that we really know, what is to come for this next year. We can be prepared and just excited to see what is to come. That's all.
Yes, City Manager, I just want to thank you for addressing that proactively today and look forward to the recommendations that will come forward. The other item, I just wanted to officially name Councilwoman Black to the retreat committee. I don't believe you've had any meetings yet. The surveys are out. As Councilmember Patton said, please get in your survey if you haven't already, because they have lots of work to do. the task force does. So thank you for leading on that, and look forward to what you all pull together. Thank you. All right. Next, we have appointments.
All right. First up, Appearance Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Sravya Suryadevara received 8 votes, so would be appointed there. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. Mr. Brown does not wish to be considered for reappointment, so that nominee is withdrawn. So those will carry back on your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Kunal Choksi received 3 votes, and Candace Corbett received 4. Councilmember Black nominated Mansoor Chima, so all 3 of those nominees will appear on your next ballot for consideration. Onto nominations, Board of Adjustment, just a reminder to submit suggestions to the county for consideration. Appearance Commission, 2 regular vacancies, few different elements to this. A resignation has been received from regular member Marcus Tuttle, and the term of regular member Corey Bates is expiring, and he is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Past practice has been to elevate the longest-serving alternate to fill these vacancies. There was some information provided in the agenda packet and provided to council on those eligible alternates. And then also to add another element, a few moments ago, you just appointed an alternate. So you do have a slate of alternates to consider for elevation.
If I may, real quick, I talked to Jonathan Best. He was my nominee for the Appearance Commission. He's the longest-serving alternate, if I'm not mistaken. He's missed some meetings. He was in a job that required him to travel, but he switched roles, and so he doesn't think he's going to have to travel quite as much, and so his attendance should be better. And so since he is the longest-serving alternate, I would make a motion to promote him up to full membership.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
I'm sorry, as I take a second to process this.
While you're can I ask just a quick question about that? Because there were a slew of those alternates, like you said, and a lot of them have missed a lot of meetings. Can we find out if the timing is okay? Because that's a lot of people to miss a lot of meetings. And is there a deeper issue that we can fix so that we have more present at the meetings?
Yeah, did have some discussion with the staff liaison for Appearance Commission, but can definitely go back and specify what you're asking and get some feedback and can provide that to you guys.
This has been an issue now. So, yeah, it would be helpful to get some feedback.
Thank you so much.
So again, with this Appearance Commission, my assumption is that the elevation to the longest-serving alternate relates to the resignation of Marcus Tuttle, so you still have the term expiration of regular member Corey Bates, who's not eligible for reappointment, so either he would continue to serve until replaced, or you can elevate another alternate.
Can we let him continue to serve until we get some answers to these questions?
Okay.
Because I think if we had more information, we could better understand why the remaining 3 alternates have missed so many meetings.
And for clarification, would you like me to hold this from the ballot until we get information next time, or go ahead and just keep it on the ballot?
I think hold it until we know.
Hold it, okay. I will hold that and come back with an update, or I'll send it to you guys. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 regular vacancy, professional category. We've had a resignation from regular professional member Raleigh Hoseran, so past practice again is to elevate that longest serving alternate, which in this case is Brendy Vega, and declare an alternate vacancy.
So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
No, I
so
did
that-
just want to mention there's no additional applicants in Granicus for the professional seat. I didn't know if maybe you could work with the liaison to do a push, or the other professional members of the commission could reach out to their networks or something like that.
Sure, I can reach out to the liaison and also work with the community engagement office on that to see what we can do. I know that's been an issue also for historic cemeteries. Is that what I'm thinking? So we can kind of work together to see what we can do to push for those couple items and in general. Okay, so that alternate vacancy will appear on your next ballot. Planning Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Chairperson Miller is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous.
And lastly, a resignation has been received from Ann Spafford. For information, I did include the matrix that has been previously adopted by council on desired qualifications. In this case, she doesn't fill any specific qualification that isn't otherwise filled by another member. So just that's for some guidance to consider, and that can be carried over to your next ballot.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to nominate James House for that seat.
James House. Okay.
James House, yeah.
All right, that will be in your next ballot. That's it.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney. Okay, we're back to you.
Some minutes.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? There we go, unanimous. Yes, now I have a closed session motion. A motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege, and GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered by the city in negotiation. Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Everybody's getting silly now.
I want to eat dinner before 7.
We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.